Why, hello there. Welcome. What is this, you may ask? Why, this is the finest D&D live stream that Sunday nights have ever produced this size of Twitch and or YouTube. Welcome, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, we're here. We did a thing. Before chat starts calling me out, I'm absolutely taking advantage of the fact that James isn't here to use his really high-tech setup where mine is sometimes lacking, and hopefully that will save us from any dropped frames this week. Thank you for everyone for your patience last week as we got situated in there.
She's lying at the green screen.
I'm going to take green screens of all your backgrounds. And now I'm just going to put like digital backgrounds behind myself and just be in all of your backgrounds, all of your houses.
That would actually be really funny. Like one time everybody's just switching backgrounds around.
Right? Oh, that would be fun.
What are you talking about? These are all of my Gundams.
Yeah.
I mean, your collection's impressive, Mac.
I mean, it's only like 27.
I don't know. It's better than my 0.
It should be double.
One day it will be.
It will be double in like the next couple months.
So how's everyone doing tonight? Mac, how you doing?
You know, I was feeling glum until I pressed that button that says use my free Prime sub and subscribe to our channel. And now I feel better.
Yeah, and you know what also?
Yeah.
Talking about easy wins, it's also really easy to go over to YouTube and press subscribe over there on our Legends of Logomancy channel.
I know, right?
Right?
It's kind of one of those things that takes a bland, boring Sunday and makes it a Dairy Queen Sunday, not a sponsor.
Ooh.
Wow.
Now I want ice cream. Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks,
no.
Mac.
Tracy, how are you doing?
I'm fabulous. I'm just hoping to get through the evening without cracking up too much. I took Friday off work. It's fabulous.
Excellent. We love to hear it. Riley.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How are you?
I'm very
I thought
good.
question was implied.
I'm doing very good. It's been a really nice couple of days. I might have a date.
Exciting.
Very excited.
Hooray!
Exciting.
So yeah. Other than that, it's just been a very good day.
Wonderful. And
Yeah.
David, how are you?
I'm good. I went to a marketing conference this weekend. That was the highlight this week. That was the highlight of my week. I got to see Mayor Nenshi speak and realize that a lot of people in digital marketing should not be public speakers. So it was a couple of wins. It was oh, and I got to like have a bunch of free food and free coffee, and I tried a wellness shot for the first time. And much like Hoots, I think I will never do that again. It was awful. And I don't know why people subject themselves to that every day.
Now, was it something you won't do again because it was painful or it just didn't work for you?
Well, so like it was like a honey ginger lemon wellness shot, like a little shooter bottle thing, and it was so like it smelled like honey and lemon, and I was really expecting honey and lemon. And I forgot rule number 1 of cooking with ginger. If you cook with ginger, ginger's all you'll taste. And ginger was all you tasted, and it burned for like a solid 15 minutes, which sucked because I was literally sitting like watching former mayor of Calgary, Nenshi, speak, crying because it burned so bad. So it looked like I was crying watching this man give a speech, which is like fine. Like Mayor Nenshi was a cool guy, but I'm definitely like sitting in like 3 rows back, and there's people watching like, oh, he's so moved, and I'm like, oh, ginger.
Oh my gosh.
That's how my week went.
Oh, and shout out Hype Train in the chat. Thank you.
Are we in a hype train?
We are in a
we
hype
got a
train.
hype train.
Amazing. Cool.
It was the first choo-choo.
Well, with that hype train going, we are going to kick it off and launch into tonight's episode of Legends of Logomancy. Let's go.
Right now.
And we're
Practicing
back.
my dad jokes.
I will. I'll kill you. But I won't kill Twist Little Elf who just subbed, so hell yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
And we're back.
But we'll kill David.
And oh no.
Oh,
The day dawns cold, cloudy and overcast. The chill of fall with the sharp smell of snow coming soon.
Ooh, yes. I know that. I know
And-
that exact smell you're talking about.
Right? I
Yeah.
love that's my favorite fall day, when you know it's going to snow and you know that you've got this like limited opportunity to enjoy the fall before the first snowfall is going to come in.
Yes.
It's my favorite day of fall.
100%. 100%.
So it's that day. And the light of the sunrise just starting to peek around the peaks of the mountain range of
Mhm.
that line behind that kind of overshadow the dark forest, which overshadows the small village of Orenstrad. Here we find our heroes who have settled their night in the Wildflower Tavern and Inn before getting ready to continue on their quest and their assigned task here. The scene opens to a figure standing in a window, looking out over the forest. Ern, how do you wake up?
She just starts moving. I go from standing still, staring out the window, to turning and facing back towards where Hoots and Dern are resting in the beds
And
in the
we
room.
hear the Windows startup sound.
I mean, I feel like that's like an optional feature. Like
You know,
They
some
didn't
are run
install
on
that yet.
Mac, some are run on Windows. The Linux Warforged are very weird.
To piecemeal them together.
Yeah.
I just turn, I look at the two individuals potentially still asleep, considering I only need to be resting for 6 hours.
How much sunlight has come into the room?
very first race. It's quite early because Ern only needs to charge for 6 hours.
Mhm.
She would
Yeah.
be the first to rise of normal length rests.
All right. I'm going to roll a perception check for Dern to see if he notices the rays hitting, because Dern has, in the past couple of months, has really been trying to get his exercises in early in the morning.
Mhm.
So he's been getting up with the sun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
sun- I mean, Ern is glazed, right? Like she is fired
Yeah.
pottery. So
Mhm.
maybe the sun is reflecting. Maybe it's
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
yeah.
know.
Nat 20, of course, because
Oh,
you know,
wow.
let's start this session off with a stupid roll.
So there's what I like to think is that there is, some curtains in the window and the light is usually dappled and coming in, but for some reason there is one ray of sunlight that is just like coming through a
Mhm.
exceptionally clean part of the glass and it's just right in your eye. And you wake up the moment the sunlight comes out.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Dern's just like, he's up instantly. It's just like, all right. And you just see him put on like basic stuff and goes like, I will be back in 15 minutes. And he just runs out the door.
All right.
And Ern's just like, wait, what?
So you run out the door, presumably to head outside and do
Yes. Just to
some things?
start running around the town. Just
Okay.
do a quick lap and then get back to the inn before we have to go for the day.
Perfect. As you're running down the stairs, Quill, would you still be asleep in front of that fire?
No, I will not be this morning
Okay.
because I slept. But I was awoken by my own thoughts, which you'd think would count as a dream, but in this case, no. I awoke because I needed to have a thought.
Okay.
And that's how Quill's brain works. And I am just sitting there as Dern comes downstairs contemplating my thought.
Okay. So you're sitting there and you're looking into the fire, you're having your moment, you're going through the process, and in the early mornings, there's barely a sound except the crack of the fire, and you hear clomp, 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 clomp. And Dern runs by you.
Yeah,
I-
just,
I
just
stand up and I start running after Dern, grab Lou and put him on my hip so he can be out in the air.
Yeah.
And I go running alongside Dern for his morning jog.
good. You heard my stomping.
And as this is happening, I go, Dad, I've got a question for you.
go ahead.
So it's just kind of been bothering me for like an hour now. There's something that like, I'm not too sure on, but how come there's fish? But then there's also like that we eat, but there's like fish that we like talk to and hang out with. So what kind of separates a fish from like a fish person thingy and like a fish?
Dern stops, but doesn't stop moving. He actually starts just going to jumping jacks or something like that as he ponders this question. And he goes, I think that might have to do with the intelligence to talk.
Well, see, that was my thought too. So I quickly like went outside and found a fish, and I don't know if I told you this, but I can talk to animals.
Oh, a very useful skill.
Yeah, it's kind of new. Jules taught me. It's kind of a necessity. I was trying to talk to Lou, it wouldn't work, so I'm back to talking to like other things. But I talked to a fish. We have a great conversation. But then it asked if I was going to eat it, and I was very confused because I did want to eat it, but it was very nice. So what's the differentiator?
Oh, well, this comes into the realm of philosophy, where I am not proficient in this said art, if you will. However, I presume after the spell ends, or your ability to talk with animals ends, I presume the fish can no longer speak. So at that point, I think it's okay to eat the fish.
So okay, so back in the womb, there's like this like fish person thing, and so
There's a
you
fish
saying
person
that, like
in the womb?
what it happens.
Oh, fair enough.
We all know a guy. I know a guy. He's a fish.
I did not know he was a fish.
And so you're saying that if like I put a bandana on him and he couldn't talk anymore, he's technically food.
By the logic I stated, that would be correct. However, if a creature can philosophize, maybe.
Okay.
I will not lie to you, Quill. This does hurt my brain slightly.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm still going to eat the fish that I catch. It's not going to stop me. I was
good.
just kind of curious. But if I do meet a fish that can philosophize, I won't eat him.
Yes, philosophizing fish are not a good idea to eat.
Okie doke. And I just like speed off past you.
Okay, and yeah, Dern goes back to getting his exercise in before has to get back before Hoots wakes up.
Amazing. I love it. Hoots, you would have been asleep in the same room as Dern getting up to go. And Ern now staring at the beds because that's what she does. How are you this morning?
Well, when they first both started their thing, Hoots would have rolled over and went "fuck off," and went back to sleep.
Fuck off to Dern or to Ern?
Both. It was a general statement of "please fuck off," without the please. He's got like one wing
Excellent.
tucked over his head, and he's just like, "No."
So after an hour or so, Dern and Quill, you're out in the streets of Orenstrad. Cobblestones. There's some really lovely shading to the trees around, and that really refreshing air. You would have come prepared for this kind of weather when you left the womb for this trip, and so maybe you've got slightly light, like you put on a flannel.
Well, Dern's actually resistant to cold.
Oh, right. Yes.
So-
Never mind.
so-
You're fine.
Yeah, he's in his summer wear right now.
I got a ring of warmth.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Okay. You two are doing fantastic. It feels like a balmy day.
Yeah.
I'm slightly jealous. That's fine. Not that it's related to anything, but it is like 14 degrees in James's basement, and I have a heated blanket right now to keep me warm. This is full of hot tea. I am like describing cold things and going, why am I doing this to myself?
I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. I will trade you
Right.
to the hotness of my house.
Fair. I shouldn't complain about it. Anyway, you're out in the cold and you don't feel it. Good for
Not
you.
at all.
Great. Anything you want to do while you're out and about on the town doing your stretches? Anything else you want to
And
do?
I guess Dern is just trying to get the feel of the town. Obviously, working out in the wee early morning hours is definitely the best way how to get any kind of information because everybody's just kind of staring at Dern probably while he's doing these exercises that he got from the different paladins at his school.
Hmm. You see a number of people, kind of just a handful of people that are walking the streets. A lot of them are heading in the direction that you know to be of the mill over by the river. They're wearing, commoner's clothing with like a rucksack over their back, supposedly with their lunches as they're on their way to work for the day over at the mill.
Mhm.
You can smell the scent of fresh bread. And if, as you were doing your run and you came through the center square, you can see people starting to set up their tables for the day for any wares that they need to sell there. Again, Orenstrad is very small, so there isn't a large market, but any shops that do have goods that would be, they do set up small displays in front of their
Dern
places.
would probably get a fresh loaf of bread
sure.
because nothing's better than a fresh loaf of bread.
Absolutely.
Dern has a appreciation for the simple things sometimes.
You're able to get a nice seeded loaf, nice and heavy piece of bread. And as you go to munch on that as you're walking, it's just really, really heartwarming and just satisfying after your long run.
After he picks up the loaf of bread, today's a cheat day, and he turns and and goes back.
Exactly. As you come back into the Wildflower Tavern, you see Madame Lumley walking out from the back room wearing an apron, her hands kind of dusty, and her hair a little bit askew. She looks like she's been up for a while and needs a little bit of a nap, but she walks out and she's got a tray of breakfast foods and she is taking them over to another patron in the tavern. But the smell of fresh cooked meals, there's there's a nice hearty porridge and some meat all prepared in there, and it smells good.
Awesome. Well, I'll take a tray up to the room for Hoots because I presume may not be awake just yet, or he might be just getting up.
Excellent.
Hoots
Excellent.
has taken this opportunity to sleep in.
So Hoots, the door opens and Dern brings you breakfast in bed.
Hoots! I bring you food! I just slam it on the table right beside him.
What a romantic.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You know, buddy, this has to be the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me, and that's brings up some confusing questions that I don't think I want to ask you in particular.
Why? I've been learning about the philosophies. I
That
even
somehow
had a
makes this
discussion with
worse?
Quill.
Definitely makes it worse. Thanks for breakfast. I will join you shortly. Is Ern still in the room, by the way?
I turned inside and just like, oh, hello, Ern.
Yes, Ern is totally in the room. When you swore at Dern and Ern early in the morning, she promptly turned back and started staring out the window again, not knowing what else to do. But at this point, I would turn and greet Dern as he enters.
You monster. Not you.
Hoots.
It's like all Ern wanted to do. Ern wanted to turn to Dern to make sure that in the basking of the light he didn't burn, and all he did was curse her out and make her feel bad.
Don't worry, Hoots. Soon it'll be your turn.
Oh, good morning.
So, yes, good. So you're here having breakfast. Well, Hoots is having breakfast. Everyone else is.
Standing
Quill,
around watching.
Quill,
him
did you
eat.
come up with
I'm
Dern with the food?
getting ready. I'm putting my armor on and stuff like that.
I came up with Dern. I was already eating some. I got a lot of lizard. I have a lot of lizard.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You do have a lot of lizard.
I want every lizard in this damn world to know that I will eat it. And I look at Hoots and I go, so you're technically an owl, right?
Yeah.
So can you philosophize?
Why?
Well, Dern said that when there's like a mixture of like a talkie like thing with like a non-talkie thing that we can eat, that the difference between when you should and shouldn't eat them is if you can philosophize. And I'm just like, I'm not going to eat you. I was just curious, like, do I need to worry that someone's going to think you're food all the time beyond like the normal big predators?
Quill. Little buddy.
Yes. Yes.
There is not enough coffee in this world for me to put up with this first thing in the morning.
What's coffee?
That's the problem.
Oh, please give Quill coffee.
Can I philosophize? Yes. Am I good at it? No.
Okay.
Now,
I was just
please.
curious. I'm not going to eat you. Don't worry. You can sleep near me. You're safe. You're far bigger than me anyway, so it'll be a lot of meals. So it would just go bad. It wouldn't be worth the effort. Plus, you're a friend, so I would never eat a friend.
Well, as the
Fish
great
are friends,
philosopher
not food.
Bruce once said, "Fish are friends, not food." So let's extend that to me, good buddy, and we will send you on your way. Can I
Quill kinda
please
goes,
put my pants on and have all of you leave?
This is the day that Hoots swears he's never bunking up with any of his party members again. He's getting his own room.
You guys can all have rooms. I will literally pay not to. How much? 2 silver? Here's 2 gold. Now just like leave me the fuck alone.
It is my goal as this character to be so naive and not understanding because this is all so new to him. Because all of y'all at some point, maybe not Ern. Ern's kind of like Quill in a sense, where like they're fairly new to this whole thinking aloud thing. So my goal is to just think of things to frustrate, but in a loving way. Hoots and intrigue Dern at the same time.
Exactly. Dern's going to now think about philosophy and food.
What's the most philosophical food?
Ooh. I'm gonna say it's something freshly baked. It's like, you take your time to put the butter on it. You have a coffee with it, something like that. Just like a nice, lovely scone of some sort.
I'm
See, I was
thinking
going to say straw.
eggs.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Eggs on toast.
Okay.
Oh,
Because it's just like the obvious question, but with that same ritual that you're talking about, buttering your freshly baked bread.
Okay. See, I was going to say strawberries because based on the kindergarten level criteria that I read a few weeks ago, a strawberry doesn't count as a fruit because its seeds aren't inside. And I was like, what?
wait, what? No,
What?
actually, what?
Actually, what? Because we've all heard the thing about tomatoes. Like everyone knows tomatoes a fruit, but wisdom says you don't use it in a fruit
Aren't those
salad.
seeds on
But
the
a
outside?
strawberry, but they're not inside. They don't.
I know.
Yeah, so it's not a fruit.
Tomatoes seeds are inside.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh my god.
yeah,
Tomatoes a fruit.
Mind
Avocados a
blown.
fruit. Cucumbers a fruit.
And
Yeah.
bananas are technically a berry.
yes.
Yep.
So the more you know.
This is probably hurting my brain more than it would hurt Dern's brain at the moment.
Oh, I'll be honest. It got sent home, and then I went and Googled it because I was like, what?
For the record, the most philosophical thing is cheese. Because a good cheese, like a good philosophy, takes time to age and mature and truly be thought on.
Mm.
But if you leave it for too long or you touch it before it's ready and you kind of start to pull it apart, it can go bad really easy.
It's also got like a history to it in that sense, like, to brie or not to brie. That is the question.
Wow.
And Hoots is done for the day.
Ern is just,
You know,
her head is just
nobler
going
in
back
the
and forth.
Ryan's eye to suffer the knife and plates, and I don't know where I'm going with this.
All right, so this is a delicious breakfast.
We haven't even left the end yet.
We're gonna say that there's definitely a big chunk of cheese on that. My pen's gotta stop fiddling. There's a big hunk of cheese on that because I'll buy into the brie or not to brie situation. And yeah, you're able to prepare for the day. You gather your things. You're all able to get something to eat, and yeah, you come down to the main floor of the Wildflower Tavern. Lumley is there. What do you wish to do?
Well, do we wish to enter the woods and discover where this large tree was felled from?
I think it's a must.
Madam Lumley, before we go, I need to ask something. I feel like it's going to be a long day. Do you have coffee?
She looks at you, and you see a look pass over her eyes of just like longing. And she's like, oh, my dear, if I, no.
Follow-up question.
But
Band-Aid.
I
Band-Aid just
did
ripped.
find a suitable alternative. It's not as good, but it does the trick. And she proceeds to pull out this jar, this like earthen jar that she lifts up the lid, and it looks very much like loose leaf tea. However, mixed in and around it is like, it's just very, very chunky. Like there's obviously a lot of stuff mixed around. She's like, I have been working on this for the better part of the last 30 years. And this is the closest I've been able to get from my memory of coffee.
Now, my follow-up question, I would love a cup of whatever that is. What is the strongest booze you have I can put into said cup?
With this, I mean, whatever floats your boat. And she starts mixing things together, and she's like, when it's done, it's like she puts in something that is very clear. She puts in something that is like slightly yellow, and she like mixes it up. And when you go and you take your first sip, it burns in such a unique way, where it's just like, it's that jolt of almost like the strong bitterness of a dark roast coffee, like an over processed coffee, and then like but like the lasting warmth of like a good brandy after you've taken a sip, and it's just like, it's, I feel like from Hoots and like where he comes from and what he's about, like there's a part of you that's just like, this feels like something that I'm supposed, like this soothes that ache you're trying to fill with either alcohol or coffee. You know what I mean?
I have flown into a coffee or a fly-in breakfast, drank basically this, and then flown home feeling happy, and it's just like that moment of like, oh yes.
It's still better than burnt Tim Hortons.
Yeah, with the
Don't, because I don't
Another
tell
tavern
Hoots
owner Hoots has fallen in love with.
that. This is a different kind of love.
Always over drinks.
and yeah, so it's not good. But given that you've been here for 9 months and have had no coffee, it's not bad, you know? I mean, maybe you've met somebody else that's done the same work, but there aren't very many people who've perfected it yet.
Hoots will remember this, and he will be back. Okay,
Wonderful.
and he's gonna sit there with his cup and go, forest, giant tree, burn down the mill, maybe? I think we're all thinking it.
Did you say that where Lumley could hear you?
No. Like, just like hunched over the table with like as close to everyone as possible, being like,
Yeah.
so.
I think we need to return the mill to the proper people, is what Dern is going to say.
Ah, a union man. I can appreciate that.
Well, I think
Dern,
I think if we're going to go to the woods, we should go as early as possible before it gets a chance of getting dark. But more importantly, it was kind of late. I didn't want to talk about it, but did anyone get a really weird vibe from that guy?
Dern
Yes.
goes, yes, I am definitely somebody who is loud, and I'm aware of that. However, if you have to prove your ostentatiousness with creatures hanging from your walls, I don't think your loudness necessarily speaks the same.
Yeah, he's just like, he was kind of a dick about things. And I don't like that he took the tree, because it's a big tree, and like, I kind of know the woods, and usually when there's a big tree, there's a lot of animals that live in the tree, and he didn't care about the animals, which makes me feel like he should be the type of person who shouldn't be allowed to philosophize.
This is his thing today, by the way. Darren goes, yes, but I still think it might be impolite to eat him.
I didn't say I was going to eat him. I just said that someone else could eat him. He wouldn't feel bad about it.
Yeah, now, cannibalism, I assume, hopefully, rightfully, is probably frowned upon in this part of the woods.
Well, of course you'd be frowned upon. I'm not saying we should eat him. I'm just saying that.
Well, no. I think you're onto something, Quill. I think you're onto something. We run them into the woods. We cover them in a couple steaks, a little bit of like meat juice, and we let the wolves and bears take care of it.
Yes, but I do like to do like a bit of like, research first. You can't just like throw people to the wolves. So like, if we should go to the tree and I'll talk to the animals, because by the way, I can talk to animals. So yeah.
Do the animals philosophize?
Some of them do.
See, that's what the discussion point was, Hoots.
This is all starting to make sense.
Hoots, you're starting to feel a little bit of pounding just in your temple on the right-hand side, and you're not sure if it's because of what you're drinking or because of this conversation.
Column A, column B.
Constitution rolls coming in quick.
No, Hoots knows to drink a lot of water before he leaves.
Well, Dern puts his hand down and goes, "We have people to find in this forest. I think that's our number one priority.
All right.
But we might be able to find out more information by going to the tree that was felled."
Yeah, we could like this trip. We could do like two hoots, one stone.
And that's the episode name.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Dude, it's one stone.
That'll be hard to beat. Little buddy, I'd be offended if that wasn't actually a really good play on words. I'm kind of proud of you.
I've been practicing.
Oh.
I still don't quite understand the concept, but I feel like I'm kind of getting there.
Well, it's quite simple. You take one stone and then you throw it.
And
No.
hit Hoots twice, right?
Yes.
Like,
No.
it bounces off his head into the air and then falls back down on him again like a bouncy stone.
Exactly. But we don't do it to Hoots because he's our friend.
Of course not.
Ern is just like swiveling back and forth as this entire conversation is going on.
I just kind of stand up and go, well, anyways, to the woods. And I just head out the door.
Yes, to the woods.
Okay. Wow. So, you step out into the fresh morning air. Within Orenstrad, all of the main pathways lead you back into the main center square with that stone well in the center. And heading north from the well is a path out of the village that takes you to the entrance to the forest. Coming closer to it, you can see that it is towering trees here, and it is thick so that you can't really see through the trees as they are here beyond about a 15, like depending on how thick it is in that particular area, beyond 10 to 15 feet in through the trees, you can't really see beyond there. The trees tower above you. Many of them are trying to think of what a reasonable, very tall. What are very tall trees? They're very tall trees. Don't you love it when I break character? I'm like, okay, I'm telling a story.
Wow,
Like
this is a very tall tree.
super tall trees, old trees. You get the feeling
growth.
of, yeah, very old growth trees and very healthy looking trees. So they have not lost their leaves. There is a combination of deciduous and coniferous trees in here. And as you go to the main entrance, there is a small 5.5 foot wide path leading into this forest. It does look like there is there's some trees that have been cut down near the entrance to the forest. And it looks like seemingly to widen the path. But looking at these ones here, they all look like standard width trees, and you have a path before you. What's our marching order?
I think Dern's probably going to lead. I don't know about the others.
Quill's going to do something that he's never done before and jump on Dern's back.
Oh my god.
I never would have guessed. Hoots wants to kind of like fly up a little through the trees and get kind of a better idea from like how high up, sorry, like when you say like tall old growth, to the treetops, how far are we talking?
Yeah, I'm gonna say they range from like 10 to 60 feet, depending. Like it's just a mix of trees.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you're gonna find that the canopy of the trees is gonna let you get up to about, I'm gonna say 20, 25 feet up once you go into the path.
Okay. Before
you
we
can
kind
go up and above though.
Yeah, before we go up, we go into the path. Yeah, Hoodon's kind of get like a little bit of an overview, just over like the forest and stuff. See what he can kind of see from a little bit higher up, before we kind of continue down the path.
Roll me a perception check.
I can definitely do that. Perception.
All right, with a dirty 20, you come up above the line of the trees and you get a pretty good vantage of everything. The looking to the west, you can see that the line of the trees continues out along the mountain range and honestly just continues beyond your line of sight on that side. To the west, you're able to see the tree line kind of starts to break up as it comes in with the river that comes out of the line of the mountains. As you gaze north along the actual breadth of this forest, you are kind of surprised, I think, at just how large the forest is. You can see the mountain range in the back, and it's hard to really judge without getting that aerial distance just how big the forest is that you're looking at. And it's quite large, this spread of trees. What how much does Hoots have any proficiency in nature?
He doesn't have proficiency, but it's a wisdom thing, and that's a strong suit for
Roll me a
intelligence.
Yeah, roll me a nature.
6.
6. Okay. There's a lot of trees, and there are no noticeable gaps in the tops of the trees.
Okay. Yeah, who's just gonna go back and join his friends then?
And just when you look around, the only other thing that I will say, because of the 20 on perception, there are sections of taller trees further to the east towards the river, but they're kind of like in a kitty corner over there.
Okay.
And that's what you get.
Okay. So I guess we're just going to try and follow the path of fallen trees, I guess, or like the path, because there's probably obviously like drag marks or like wheel marks or things like that, right?
Yes. So
Because,
Mhm.
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was about to say, because especially pulling out a giant tree like the one that was pulled out, it has to have some kind of marks. That would have, because it sounded like it was mostly recent, and there would have been huge tracks left.
Yes. Hoots, I'll give you with your perception that it looks like there was there's the drag. There are other ways to bring the trees out. Like there's more than one path to bring you into this section, but the tree came in down the river
That makes sense.
because it was too big. Niall, I'll give you that.
Okay.
But this path before you is the main path. Lumley shared with you that that's how all of the mill workers go, and the lumberjacks, they all go in through this path. They follow it to where the harvest is taking place, or where the proper word for the grove, the logging space where they take trees out of. So you should just be able to follow the path. So you get onto the path. We got Dern and Quill. Who's next in marching order?
Ern would be right behind them.
Yeah, Hoots would have alighted at the back. Yeah.
Got it. Awesome. You step in to the trees, and you intentionally did this in the morning time so that there would be some light, and you very quickly realized that was very wise. The canopies of the trees create a lot of shade, so even in the bright light of the morning, it is still a little dim in this section. You can only imagine how dark it would have been had you been walking through here at nighttime. As you step into this forest and you start to, I'm just going to get some forest. Where's my forest? As you step in, you notice it's quite quiet in here.
Hmm.
There's not a lot of movement. And somebody want to roll me a survival check?
Yeah, I can do that.
I got that one.
You got that one? Okay.
Yeah, I got big on my. Of course, now to pump myself up, I'm gonna be terrible.
Nat 1.
Oh no!
Oh
You had to open your stupid flapping mouth, huh? You friggin' owl.
Technically, owls' mouths don't flap.
All right.
Just gotta clack that beak.
It's
Friggin' owl.
it's real quiet. You walk for a ways, and the path seems to meander slightly. It looks like it goes around a couple trees. So it's not a straight shot out of this walkway. And you come to a T intersection. Quill, due to your wanderer background, you are able to know that I'm going to say that you would generally know where east and west are, and you know that this is a choice between east or west.
Yes. Perfect. Oh
dear.
Is there like a more specific? Like, where you said we're kind of in a clearing.
So right now you are walking paths.
Walking
You're walking
past.
You're walking in paths in the forest.
Oh,
They look like
okay.
hiking trails, honestly. Like they look very natural. They are not like super built out. They're small.
But like carts and stuff have gone through here dragging trees.
They're just wide enough. You can see the marks, but they are just wide enough for the carts.
Okay.
So where did they then? So Hoots or Quill kind of goes, well, so where did the big tree come from then? Because this doesn't look very big of a pathway.
Well, if I had to guess, back home when they do login, if it's really really big, they'll roll things down a river. Haven't done that in a long time because our roads are better and our trucks are bigger, but that's how they used to do it, right?
Well, I don't know.
I miss Agnes.
Did I immediately put you into a druid focused encounter just as soon as I took your druid away?
Yes. Yes, you did.
So, okay, Quill kind of like
the trees.
it's a one-way path, right? Like just up and down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I roll to see if I notice anything like off the side? Are there any pathways, like a little bit overways through the woods or anything?
Sure.
What do you want me to do? Investigation?
Sure. Well, you're not perception. It's perception.
Okie doke.
9.
Rolling great.
Not within the 10 to 15 feet of visibility that you have through the trees currently.
Okay. I go, well, after doing some looking around, I've come to a conclusion. And the conclusion is that we need to keep walking more forward.
You've currently walked for about 15 minutes.
Oh,
You said
well,
we're
that's
at
not very far.
a T intersection, right?
You're at a
Yeah.
T intersection, east and west.
Which
So
direction
Quill
will
didn't give a
take us?
direction. He just said we need to keep moving.
Yeah. Which direction will take us closest to the river?
I guess technically
Oh.
that would be a thing my ability knows.
Well, Hoots actually just surveyed the area. So if we go east, that would take us towards the river.
Yes.
Well, if the tree came down the river, we should go east.
Does
Dern
anybody know-
goes east.
Oh,
What-
never mind. I'm on your back. I'm going wherever you're going.
All right.
No, we're
so
going that way.
the whole line has to reconfigure because you turned the
What's going
wrong
to
way.
happen? What's going to happen is one time you're going to get magically blinded, and I'm going to be on your head like I'm fucking Ratatouille, just like controlling Dern as he's flashing back.
His name is Remy, by the way.
I've never seen it. I'm sorry. Shoot me.
Blind Dern is now written on my notepad.
No, no.
Oh man. Okay, so you choose to turn east. I want to get some music going for this because we don't have any sound going right now, and that just seems like a living shame that I don't have something going on. Where are my? Here, let's do that. That seems good.
Music.
There we go. All
Nothing
right, music makes everything better.
Internet.
So you are walking along, and as you get further in, you do start to hear some things.
Hi ho. Hi ho.
A little skittering here and there, the wind rustling through the branches of the trees, and the path continues in front of you. You've now been traveling for 25 minutes, and the path continues. Same width.
Well, I presume it's further in the giant tree, or the giant tree stump now at this point.
Mhm.
I think Dern is going to stop and go, turn and realize that he's not going to look at Quill because Quill's on his back, and just turns and goes, Quill, are we going the right direction?
I mean, I know which direction we're going. I don't really know where we're going, though. So I'm going to assume yes, because if it's a no, it's going to feel real bad.
All right, fair enough. I presume the river is this way.
Well, Hoots can fly, and he's kind of smart, so it makes sense that he might be not wrong.
Hoots! And doesn't know if Hoots is flying or currently walking with them.
Yeah, buddy.
The river. Which direction are we? Are we close?
I mean, we've been walking for a little bit here. We got to be getting pretty close to the river here.
I guess Dern's just gonna push forward then, because we've been walking for about 25-ish minutes. Like, he wants to get to the river because that's obviously the pathway we can follow, or at least close to, and then hopefully get to where we're going.
All right.
I hope.
I
Is
would.
is our visibility down here still kind of that 15-foot kind of radius? That's as far as we can see. And is that because of how closed in the canopy is?
Yes.
So in an effort to try to extend that a little bit, Ern will cast light on her lantern that she carries to see
Okay.
if that gives us a little bit more distance.
It will increase. There's still going to be a lot of blockages from how closely the trees are together, but in the lines that you do have between the trees, you will now have 20 to 25 feet of visibility. So you've gained an extra 10 feet of visibility with your light.
Awesome.
To continue your walk, and you walk, and you walk, and I'd like perception checks from everyone.
Oh. We're going the wrong way.
I said we went left, right?
And
It's a lot of low rolls, everybody.
Don't worry, Dern got another
Dern.
20.
There we go.
all right,
Both of our
11,
nat
8,
20s have
11,
been
and
used.
nat 20. It's a useful nat 20. Dern. Dern.
Hi.
You are leading the pack. You are making sure that everything is continuing and listening out for the river. And on a nat 20, you hear shuffling and rustling of leaves, unusually. You've been hearing the wind rustling through the leaves for the last better part of an hour. You know what that sounds like. And so you start to become aware of different sorts of rustling, like some sort of something running through a a bush or something, and you start to look around. And at first you don't see anything and you kind of go, oh, I must be imagining something. It is a forest. Could be anything. And so you continue walking along, and then you hear it again, and you know that it's behind you. And as you turn around, you turn you turn around and you look at the path where you came from. And the path behind you has gone. About 40 feet back, there's just a tree, just a group of trees in the path behind you.
Dern asks Quill to get off his shoulders for a second.
What's the problem?
He isn't saying anything just yet.
Okay, cool. Just kind of like
And-
climb down.
Okay.
Dern casts Divine Sense.
Okay.
Uses Divine Sense.
Thank you.
The presence of a strong evil registers in your sense like a noxious odor, and powerful good rings like heavenly music. So again, like that bitter taste
Yeah.
for evil.
Nothing comes up.
Nothing
The
comes up.
divine sense.
Buddy, you got something to tell us?
Hoots, look behind you. Do you see the path?
No.
Dern brandishes his hammer.
Hold on 1 second. Trees, I have a question for you. Are you mad or are we friends? And I say that in Sylvan.
Okay. The trees do not answer you. However, there is a rustle of wind in the trees, in the direction you're heading.
Does it sound like a friendly rustle? Could be
Well,
You know what? I'm going to make
I don't
Liberty
know.
leave
I
this up to the dice. Sure, dice this.
Nice.
Insight check the trees.
while he's doing that,
DC
Damn right I'm
15.
can I ritually cast
22.
detect magic?
Yes.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna prep and cast detect magic as a ritual.
That's exactly what I was gonna do too.
Quill, you have a good feeling about the rustling trees.
I feel good.
You feel good.
I kind of like peek up, and you just heard me speak gibberish, all of you.
No,
Well,
Ern looks totally surprised when you say that.
Oh. I kind of look at Ern and kind of sheepishly and Sylvan go, do you talk to the trees too?
I would respond in Sylvan. No, I've never tried speaking to them. Should I? Is that where this comes from? Pointing at her mouth.
Yeah. It's kind of fun when they respond, but they don't respond very often because they're trees. And I kind of like go out of Sylvan for a second. I look at everybody else and go, the trees didn't say anything, but the wind rustled the leaves and it sounded like a happy rustle. So I think we should just keep going, and maybe the path disappearing is just kind of how this path works. Just completely oblivious to the thought that there could be any danger because the trees rustled happily to his general direction.
Well, I didn't detect any evil. Hoots, shall we wait for your spell to finish? Because he's probably noticed that Hoots has been ritually casting something.
Mm-hmm. Hoots, your detect magic. Give me one
Dern
moment.
has his weapon at the ready, by the way. He's just ready to go just in case.
Okay. Noted. I just need to know.
Russell Jimmy's.
I would think that as Hoots is casting detect magic and since I was talking with Quill in Sylvan there, I will not go ahead with casting it, seeing that Hoots is doing something, thinking it might be similar. But I'll make sure my shield is out, seeing Dern ready a weapon.
Mhm.
Okay.
I also look at you and in Sylvan, I go, see, it's really weird when you can start speaking a language you've never spoke before, right? It just kind of like comes to me.
Technically, all language just came to me.
Yeah, it's really weird. So like,
I mean, you're
Yeah.
not wrong.
you're very large and you're very big. And you're kind of, when I first met you, you were kind of scary. But now that I know you talk to trees or can talk to trees, you're actually not too scary anymore.
Perhaps you can help interpret something on the inside of my cloak later.
Okay, I suppose.
Hoots, your
Mhm.
detect magic, given the terms of the spell, does not pick up anything.
Okay.
The
Um,
tree died with the sound of music.
do you continue?
Or we
I'm
can't
gonna
go back.
I'm gonna keep the spell up and follow them as we go along.
All
Just
right.
kind of as we walk.
Sure.
Do we notice as we walk that the trees are like moving in, like Shang-Chi style?
Now that you've become aware of it, yeah. You notice that any rustling you were hearing previously is the movement of the trees coming into place. Oh, we've lost Dern. Hopefully, he's come back. Wonderful. Is the rustling of these trees coming into place?
Where did I
Okay.
go?
So
I lost into the trees.
Dern is gone.
I
You turn back and Dern is gone.
want to do a test really quick.
Oh,
I start walking back the direction we came. Does it start opening up?
No.
Ooh.
Quill kind of turns back and goes, okay, well, that's a little more scary than it was before, but I'm still not worried yet. And readies himself as well, just because it's good to be prepared. It doesn't get back on Dern's shoulders.
Okay. So you continue on.
Mhm.
You're walking down the path, and it's getting darker. You've been traveling long enough for the daylight to be going down, and thankfully for Ern's lantern, wow, Ern's lantern. Thankfully for the lantern light, you don't lose a lot of visibility as things go along, but it does seem to be getting darker and a little tighter, and you start to hear more movement and more rustling. And now that you're paying attention to the trees behind you, the rustling isn't always, now it's been another 10 minutes. It's not always attributed to the trees behind you. You're starting to see movements in the trees beside you.
I'm going to take a quick action
Mhm.
and do Eyes of the Grave. It's been about 10 minutes since the Divine Sense, so I'm going to give that a shot. There it is. Oops. Come on,
Ooh,
work.
what is happening?
How do I make that work on here?
Should be if you're just trying to post it so we can see.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can just there should be a little speech bubble button.
There it is. Thank you.
No worries. I also realized that it completely closed out my roll 20.
Oh, interesting.
There we go.
You're back.
I'm back.
All right. No undead. The trees are rustling. The movement looks like wind gusts. The air is not moving that much. And from beyond your sight in the path ahead of you, you hear a new movement. Doesn't sound particularly large, and it doesn't sound like lumberjacks or mill workers.
Obviously, they're not singing.
No
Can
one.
I-
Mhm,
So we can't see it. We just kind of like hear it.
mhm.
What if it's Alfred, the child that went missing? Should we call out?
That's a good idea, actually. Which one of us is the least scary?
Alfred!
Yes. Oh my god.
Yes, Mr. Wayne.
Dern's voice booms into this forest and echoes back to you, bouncing off the many. It does get, I mean, it gets muffled, but Dern is loud. You can hear the flapping of wings as like a flock of birds must have flew up from the canopies of the trees.
He's so loud, Ern practically forms new cracks across her body.
Yeah. It's like, who's the most friendly?
I mean,
Felt it as soon as he hears the name.
and as you call out, there is quiet for a moment before you see a tall creature walk across the path in front of you.
Alfred!
It looks like a tree. And it is walking across the path about 35 feet in front of you.
Excuse me, Alfred!
Mr. Tree, and I'm saying this in Sylvan. Excuse me, Mr. Tree, Mrs. Tree, Tree.
The tree stops and turns to look at you. It's the branches that make up the crown of its head are getting tangled in the branches above, and it kind of like shakes its head and turns to look at you. And in as, you know, as disgruntled as a tree can look, it's just like, what do you want?
Are you Alfred?
Would he be able to understand the tree? Is it speaking in English?
Speaking Sylvan.
Okay.
And so Durin, unfortunately, you can't understand the tree.
Ah,
Sorry, I should have specified.
fine.
I kind of look at to Ern and I go, what should I say to it, or what should we say to it?
We should tell it what we want.
Oh, okay. We're looking for some children. And we're really mad about a big tree that went missing, and we kind of want to find out and make sure all the peoples are okay and the animals. Do you know anything about that?
Can you roll me a persuasion check?
Can I give Quill some guidance?
Mm-hmm.
Dope. That's a 1d4.
Yes.
Cool. I'll roll it regular and add that because I don't know how to do that. What am I doing? Persuasion?
Yes.
Oof, I'm gonna need that 1d4.
Roll the d4.
Nope.
Man. Okay, so that was a 6 and then a 1 on the bless. I do not think Roll20 particularly likes you today, which is too bad. So with a 7, the tree pauses, looks over at you, and says, I do not, you've given me no reason to think I should trust you. And kind of looks you once over. You look like you do just as much harm. And starts to walk away.
Just wait, hold on. Just earlier today, I was saying that the guy that runs the mill that cuts down the trees looks like he should be eaten by things in the wild.
I'll call after the tree, but we value life, and not the life of, well, those that look like us, but all life. Please.
We had 2 very different messages.
The circle of life and just life.
DC's higher, but Ern, you can roll a persuasion check.
All right, I'll give this a try. Oh, Dang it.
The tree turns and, as parting words, says, "We want nothing to do with you. Silu was wrong to trust you, and I do not trust you."
Silu.
As the tree leaves, Dern turns to the others and goes, "Was that Alfred?"
No,
No.
but it's
I
really
call-
hard to make friends here.
I
Quill,
called out Alfred and he showed up.
Perhaps in 5 minutes, call Alfred again and see who comes next time.
Good idea. And I guess tries to go forward.
I think I'll relay what the tree was saying.
Mhm.
Relay it to Hoots and Dern.
What was the name that they said? Because there was a specific
Silu?
name.
Silu.
Silu?
Silu.
He said that you've given him no reason to trust you, and that Silu was wrong to trust you.
Okay.
And the name Silu means nothing.
Ern, you spent some time in Orenstrad before. Why don't you roll me a history check?
Alrighty. Yeah, that's great.
Unfortunately, this was not part of your focus.
Nope. Not a clue.
All right. The path narrows a little ahead of you, but is still there if you choose to continue on.
I mean, we don't really have a choice at the moment. But I guess Dern is every few minutes while they're walking is going to yell out for Silu, Alfred, and the other names.
All right. As you call out for Silu, specifically, all of the trees go silent.
Oh,
The rustling stops,
Oops.
oops.
and there's a moment of calm before the trees in front of you block your path, and you are left in a circle, just big enough to hold your party.
Oh.
There is
Dern knocks on the trees. Excuse me, could you let us through?
and from behind you comes a voice that says, "And why would I let you through?"
Turns
Is this
around.
in common?
Is it in common?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's in common.
Ah, good. We are looking for the missing children and others from the village.
They are not missing. And you look behind you, and all you see is trees. You can roll me a perception check. Actually, we should roll perception for all of you.
For everyone?
Yeah, all of you.
A
Eight.
friggin'
8 for
four.
Quill, 20 for Ern.
Perception.
Dern!
Dern, yeah, 20
Stealing all the 20s is Jay.
Dern's got the nat 20s.
I'm
Okay,
refreshing my browser. This is stupid.
I'm gonna roll that back. Dern, you turn around. And
Keen-eyed Dern today.
wow. There's a figure in the trees. But no, it is a tree? No. You can see the form of a dryad standing about 10 feet back in the trees.
Dern kneels down and says, "Dryad, we are looking for the people of the village as they are missed by the families, and we are trying to understand the wrong that has been committed in this forest. A terrible man is commanding the village to do horrible things to this forest."
Oh, I'm aware. We had made an agreement. And they did not abide. Their children are not missing. I know exactly where they are.
Can we help correct this?
You think you can correct this? What power would you have to correct this? This which has been taken from me.
Dern thinks about it for a second and then says, "We will bring the man to justice."
She looks for a moment at all of you, and then looks down at your weapons, and then looks back at you, and says, "You give me no reason to think that you would not harm us in the same way. What kind of reassurance could you give to me that the rest of my kin would not meet the same fate?"
See, guys, this is like outside of talking as a character. This is hard because the whole town is based off logging.
Yeah. But there was an agreement that was broken. So it could be something that could be restored if this man is brought to justice. I think I have an idea. And Dern pulls out Calabasha
All right.
and goes, "You may hold this for the time being. You are that of magic, and you can tell what this is. This is my good word that we will bring this man to justice." And he stakes it in the ground.
Great water. No.
Just give them all root rot. Too much water.
Exactly. Oh, I knew you were going to kill it. No. She
Weren't expecting to give up Calabasha.
she looks at it and takes a tentative step forward, looks at all of you again, seems very apprehensive of you all. And reaches out, and her hand seems to grow slightly and out towards, and she grabs the calabash and brings it back to her, looks at it, and holds it out behind herself, and it's grasped by vines and carried up into the trees. And she says, "Very well. But when we speak of justice, I think first you should understand what has been taken."
Can you please take us to the trees spot?
And she takes a deep breath and says, "I would ask that you put away your weapons in this space."
Dern puts away his weapon.
I don't have a weapon out. I have my shield and my lantern, but I'll put my shield away.
All right.
Quill just had his hand on his sword, so he just kind of like lets it go.
Okay.
And to like show that his hands are like occupied, he's gonna like hold Lou in his hands like this the whole time, just to be like, "Look, my hands are busy."
And satisfied that for the moment things are okay, the dryad walks out of the ring into the ring that you are all standing in right now, accompanied on either side by 2 trees that walk with her. And she passes through your group and holds her hand up to the tree at the end of the path on the other side in which you were going to be traveling, and speaks some soft words which none of you can understand. And the trees part into a 10-foot wide path and open into a glade. On the glade is flat with a pool of water in the middle, and on the opposite side of the pool stands a spectacular tree. Just absolutely magnificent, second only possibly to the one that you saw yesterday. And beside it is a stump. Silu walks over across the meadow, and places her hands on the stump and stands there quietly for a moment as you get a chance to take in the area. I will note there is no canopy here. Light streams down fully, and it's the first sign of bright light you've had since entering the forest.
I think Dern's going to approach the tree and cast do the divine sense again to kind of get an idea of what's happened.
For sure. So divine sense here brings you back that same acrid taste in your mouth, that bitter taste, as you feel the wood. It feels exactly the same as as you felt the night before. And seeing you sit here and trying to understand, Silu kind of regards you for a minute.
Because she's a divine being too, correct?
Dryads are fae.
They're fae. Okay,
Yeah.
so divine sense, I believe, even states the location of celestial fiend. Oh, never mind. Nope.
No, that's
Don't worry about it.
why I had to check it last
Yeah,
time, because I couldn't
makes
remember if
sense.
it included fae or not.
It does not include fae,
It does not include fae.
but it's the devastation of what happened.
Yeah, last time you asked about consecration.
Mhm.
So you are standing there beside there. She is very solemn in her look, and she's just has her hands on the stump, and she says this tree was my sister's, Ibis.
Do you plant trees like specifically for each of you?
Our spirit is tied to a tree. Our forests are our home. We can travel far, and my sister and I have been here since the founding of this forest. And we grew up here together. We protected it. We built something and helped to grow something that brought so much life and love. And I grew complacent. I grew trusting. This place is beautiful. The water's well suited, the soil fertile. When the people came, they seemed to understand. They seemed to understand, and they spoke of balance and friendship and harmony. They spoke of restraint. And so I agreed. I agreed that as the eldest of our trees were ready for regrowth to make room for the young to sprout, the trees may be taken. Life does end, we understand this. But I was wrong. And it is obvious that the one that I agreed has gone back on his word. And I will forever mourn my prize, because it was my sister.
Did your sister go with this tree?
Our life force is tied to our trees. So a little bit above board. Dryads have a tree that they are, their life
Bound
force is
to.
bound to one tree.
Oh,
They can
okay.
move through the groves in which they are planted near. But at the end of the day, the dryad is the tree.
Dern, I guess, will look to her and ask, who was the person you made this deal with?
His name was Emmett Spitten. And he seemed a good man, but I was obviously mistaken.
Emmett is dead.
Emmett was always a good man. The man who is in charge of the mill now is not such. It is he that has done this.
Emmett no longer lives.
Correct.
That might explain some things. It doesn't make it better,
No.
and it's not enough. She looks conflicted and looks down at the stump and then up at you and goes, I represent life in this forest. We represented life in this forest. We protected the town of Orenstrad. We cannot support what they are becoming. What does justice look like to you?
Now, here's the real question. And this is a question to everybody here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
Dern an eye for an eye kind of paladin? Or is he the paladin to let the justice come to those who were wronged?
I feel like that's a you question, not us question.
Yeah, but I just, oh.
I think look at how Dern has acted in the past with things. He's very like, I will do this, I will help you, I will do things. I am Dern. I'm looking for
Yes.
Krabby Patties. Like it's the kind of your thing. So, but also though, you were kind of doing that thing at the if someone was like, hey, this guy burnt the farm down, you're the kind of paladin to like not go and bring him to jail. You are the kind of paladin to go and like break his head in the name
Yeah.
of justice.
Oh, I think this is a very complex issue because this is somebody's sibling who has died. Quite
And
literally.
The information you just got is saying that, hey, Emmett was a good man who struck a good deal that benefited for both. No tree. I'm assuming the deal. This is me assuming in metagaming. Don't tell me the true answer here, Melissa. I'm assuming the deal is that no trees that were tied to a Sylvan spirit could be cut down, so that no life force would ever be severed. I imagine that's what the deal was. And Emmett, being the good guy he did it. This new dude came in, and he was like, "Fuck that shit. We ain't gonna do that.
Big ass tree. Let's go get it."
And that means that he reneged on a deal that he knew would technically cost real lives. And I'm assuming Dern would understand that, which would kind of lead to like a, the hammer smashy way.
Yeah, and that's the thing is because it's one of those things of it's a intelligent person. Hey, philosophy, we're coming back to that full circle.
Turns out the trees can philosophize.
I certainly won't eat the tree.
No, but yeah, I think Dern's meaning of justice for this is bringing the man to her.
See, I'm glad you said that because I was going to speak in Sylvan to her and be like, so is this like a killing thing, or should we like drag him here and leave him for you? But I'm glad you're going to say that because I don't think Quill would have actually said that. So
No, I don't think Quill would have said that, but I think Dern looks to her and says, should we bring the man here to face the justice he deserves?
I would accept that payment.
ooh, we're going to kidnap somebody.
Now,
Oh,
ma'am, Dern,
Dern
I
turns to Hoots.
I was raised to believe an eye for an eye leaves the whole village blind. The people of Ornstrad seem like good, down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth folk. There's a lot of people in that town that depend on that mill, depend on that livelihood. And I'll be the first person to admit I wouldn't mind watching our good buddy take a long walk off a short pier.
So we bring this gentleman here, and we bring another to make sure they understand the deal.
There is a cost of everything. Some costs are easy to figure out, like taxes. You put 5% on the top and you just assume that's the way things are. There's other costs to things though.
But then there's PST and GST and HST and
STP.
we bring in, even assuming we make somebody understand the nature of the agreement. Maybe they don't actually understand, or maybe we have another situation like this. Now I'm not saying that man doesn't deserve a whole lot of wrong to go on into his life, but I think bringing him here is going to do a lot more harm behind closed doors than maybe having you, ma'am, go to him.
oh,
It's like a scare tactic.
Well, I mean, that's one way to think about it, is to scare these people, right? But again, they're salt of the earth folk. And I have a strong suspicion that maybe Emmett wasn't 100% of the truth of the agreement and the understanding. Not from any desire to be a bad man or a person of ill intent, but I'm just thinking dragging him out here, the four of us go in with him, and the four of us come out without him. Some folks are liable to get some bad ideas about what happened, right or wrong. Lots of wrongs committed on either side.
but Hoots, we come out with the children.
Sure. But how does that look, Dern? We go in, we take a man that admittedly may not be a good man, but a man who some of these folks are going to believe to be a good man, a man who kept their livelihood around. We come back with the kids and say, what? We let a magical forest lady kill him because he chopped down a tree?
Well,
And
she may not kill him. She may force him into a tree.
But
But besides that point,
these
I
folks are
understand.
liable to make the whole village blind. And ma'am, I don't mean no disrespect. I hope you can understand that I don't by any means mean to question the power and grace with which you've brought this world upon, but I've seen what good people driven to bad ideas can do. And there might be some of them who'd see this whole forest burn before they just let us walk one of their own to their death.
I did not set the terms of payment, you did.
And I understand we haven't shaken, and I understand.
But the payment you proposed was high and just. However, what else would you suggest if not his death?
I'm not even necessarily saying that man doesn't deserve to die. Some people got to hang from a tree. But
What I need is assurance. Assurance that this deed will not be repeated again to protect my kin. I need to know that we will be safe, or else none will be permitted here again.
Is that like a no? She wouldn't come with us.
At the idea of leaving, she is hesitant, and I would take a persuasion check on it.
That's on you, Hoots.
Ooh, yeah, that's a Hoots move for me.
Would so
I
my
can assist.
I
my
can
que-
guide.
my my question to you, ma'am, to truly ensure that this doesn't happen again, because we're not long for this world, and all I know how to count age is count tree rings, and there was a lot of rings on that tree for me to assume that you'll be here long after most of us are, well, tree food. And I think the folks of this town need to know the truth of it. And I have a feeling once they understand the reality of what this is, I have a genuine belief that the good people of this town, people who believed Emmett was a good man and who I don't think are as blind to the ways of the new peacock of a human walking around, or peacock of a person, correction, walking around. I think an honest to goodness, face to face, and maybe we make something of it. Once a year, you remind them of your presence so they can't forget. Every kid grows up knowing exactly the truth of the world. No lies, no misbelief, no suggestions otherwise. Just a simple agreement you share, and maybe that understanding can spread a bit. And maybe those good folk string up a man from a tree for you. But I think it should be on equal footing.
If you can ensure that that man will never step foot in my forest again, I think a bargain that involves, as you say, some level of reciprocation, some form of rebonding. I think one of my follies was perhaps taking a man at his word once. As you say, you are short-lived. You can roll up, for having her come out with you, you can roll a persuasion at advantage.
Okay.
Ooh. Nicely spoken, by the way, David.
Thank you. It's going to be a
And-
15.
Yeah. And with a 15, she says, I would be willing to meet on the edge of the forest. I am not willing to leave the forest.
Can you give us 2 days to prepare?
I will not release the children until the deal is struck. I have no reason to trust you beyond your kind words.
I
And
would
your
expect-
gift, but I cannot. I still cannot.
I was about to say, like,
And the gift. The gift got. It's like, sorry, broke character. The gift got you to this grove.
yes.
She will not relinquish the children.
I can respect that, and I believe, one to another. I think that you'll take good care of them. I have faith in that. And I think that's an agreement we can get most of those people to come to the edge of the forest to talk about.
Ern turns to the rest of the party and says, I do not wish to complicate matters, but there is the issue of the tree itself. If this is, and looking at Silu, Ivis, should not the tree be returned? Should not, with its death, it nourish the forest again?
You see Silu well up a little bit with tears. That would be a great deed. She can't come home. I can't bring her back without her tree. Or I can't say goodbye without the tree.
There's a nod by Dern. Then we make haste back to the village.
2 days, if we may.
First light on the next day, or on 2 days at first light, on the edge of the forest closest to the river. I will be there. If you do not return the children and that artifact, I will keep them.
Dern nods and goes, "This is the agreement we can make. This is the agreement we will take."
And with a nod, she leads you back the way that you came. And as the trees close up behind you to block the view of the glade, a new path breaks off. 15 feet wide. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, I look back at her as she's kind of like, I'm assuming as we're walking away.
Mhm.
And in Sylvan, I say to her, it was a she, right?
Yes.
Yes. I go, thank you for being so sweet. Lou and I are very, and I'm still holding Lou like very tight, like my hands are not doing anything wrong. I'm like, Lou and I are very thankful that you talked to us. So please have a good day. And then
The last thing you see before the trees close in front of her is just a nod. And then she's gone from sight. The path that opens up before you is broad, and you are able to walk beside each other up to 3 people wide. And it is a short distance out of the forest, which does not make sense given the distance that you had traveled before. You come out of the forest further west than you had entered.
Oh.
And you can see Orenstrad just over a few hills. You're not terribly far away, but you are not in the direction you expected to be.
Dern's like, "Oh, so that's druid travel. Remind me never to go into a forest again."
I once had players get into the root of a tree, and then the root rapidly grew and like zoomed them through the underground. It was very traumatizing.
Trees, man. Trees and fae. Don't fuck with them.
Especially fey trees.
The Fey trees. So you see Orenstrad. You have made an agreement, struck a bargain of sorts. What do you do?
Dern looks, as I say, Dern looks to Hoots and goes, "I cannot see that man in his face again, or else I will drag him back to the forest kicking and screaming."
Well, mayhaps that might be an option we have to consider. But let's try a different approach first.
Agreed. Shall we try to gather the village together?
I think we maybe should have a talk with Emmett's widow. And then maybe we should stroke some egos.
What is this stroking you speak of?
I knew that was going to be said.
Please explain stroking.
Well, imagine ego is a pole, and you want that pole to feel
Moving right along.
You want it nice and shiny. So you grab out the polish.
So we come back to the city of to the town of Orenstrad. And it is early afternoon. It's later. Strange. It's later than you thought it should be. You were in the wrong place when you came out for where you thought you were going to be. But you still have, it's 1:30 in the afternoon.
I would like to go directly to the inn.
Mhm.
Madame Lumley should know that Alfred is safe, that the children are alive.
I would agree.
Yes. We have 2 days to make this work.
Head to the inn.
Okay.
Should we call it? Should we
Oh
call
yeah,
it?
I was gonna say that seems like a really good place for us to have our break. So everybody,
Oh.
we will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. And we're back.
Mac has gone missing. Oh no, the trees have taken Mac.
And we're back. You have you've made a deal, and you are now back in the streets of Orenstrad. Midday. I believe you said that you were on your way to the tavern.
That's correct. We gotta go
All right.
and get that started.
The tavern is open. And excuse me. And Lumley is there behind the bar where she always is.
We'll walk straight up to Madame Lumley.
She sees you, and you see her eyes do a scan of your group before looking absolutely crestfallen.
Please,
And
please, you jump to conclusions. He is fine. They are all fine. We have news.
she takes a steadying breath, gestures silently to a booth in the corner, and says, "You returned without them, but you returned. So let's talk." And she goes and sits down. She seems a little out of sorts, which is understandable given what's been going on. And so she gets halfway to the table before turning back and says, "You'll need drinks. You'll need drinks." And
Sit down, friend.
and she sits. Did you see him? Did you what happened?
Much happened. Much.
Can
we did not
do...
see him. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was about to say, can we just do like a recap for her
Yeah.
about everything, and then enter our characters' feelings and thoughts?
Yep, absolutely. You tell her what you saw. You tell her about the paths, about the dryad, about the trees. And if you want to add any specific comments in your character's way of speaking, please feel free to do so.
Dern is quieter than usual right now. He's just kind of letting the others talk a little bit more about everything that happened. Especially because Ern has more of a connection to this town.
Mm-hmm. And Madame Lumley turns to Ern. It's like, "I trust you. What did you do you think she's telling the truth?"
I didn't get the sense that she would lie about what had happened. Were you aware of any agreement that Emmett had made?
Emmett, he'd never said as much. I mean, he never said it exactly, but I mean, he often spoke about how we needed to work in balance and care for the trees, and that he would talk. He made some strange comments about listening to the needs of the forest and that sort of thing. Never so much as to talk about that, but then again, some of the people in this town would not take kindly to it. Maybe he didn't think that it was a good idea to let them know how much power that would mean in the forest. I don't know. But if he did make a deal like that, it does sound a lot like him. You remember, he was so kind. Perhaps they just didn't want to be known. And
I'll reach out a hand and kind of pat her hand a little bit and say, "I'm sure he meant nothing but kindness by it, protecting the town and protecting the woods. It may have been an error to not reveal the nature of this to the entire town."
She gets a pensive look on her face and nods and says, Emmett may not have thought that he would have a need to tell people that. Emmett believed in the natural good of every person, the inherent good in every person. He might not have thought it necessary to share their secret. But obviously, something must be done. But the town will not be easy to sway. What exactly do you intend? Does she intend to do with Cutledge? He's not disliked. In fact, he's very, very much appreciated by members of the town, despite his. And you see her kind of roll her eyes as she considers what Cutledge is like. Despite being who he is, he does have a way with people. He won the miners over easily.
Miners?
Oh, sorry, not miners. Mill workers. The mill workers over easily.
My brain just went like, wait a minute.
No, mill workers.
I think Dern will kind of lean back into the conversation and go, it may be that he is never to set foot in the forest again. That is his best scenario.
Cutledge is
just leans back a little bit more.
Cutledge is a proud man, and charismatic, and stubborn, and rude. She kind of gets a little distracted there for a moment. She's like, one way he differed from us. He always seems to view everything as a business transaction. I'm sure if you could convince him that there was more to be gained, he would jump at the opportunity to build himself up more. That seems to be the only thing that matters to him. He certainly could care less when my Emmett died, beside taking on his role.
Ern kind of stiffens at these words. This is not a business transaction, nor can we pretend it should be. This is the violation of an agreement, the violation of an entity. That must be rectified, that must be made right.
She nods. I couldn't agree with you more. I only let you know what I know about Cutledge.
Needless to say, we need to have a meeting with the people of the village. Is this something that you could help orchestrate?
Cutledge runs runs things in the town now. He has the ear of all the major speakers. If you wish to meet with them en masse, he will be there. It would be difficult. It would be difficult to gather everyone without him. But I could, if you wanted to speak to a handful of the members of the town who might be helpful to sway, I can point you in their direction. I'm happy to help with that, but ultimately you'll have to, if this is just to avoid violence, you will have to convince him to go. And he doesn't do anything without gain.
I mean, there's a pretty straightforward gain here, because if he doesn't, town dries up. He loses everything. And I mean everything. Because the people like him now. When the truth comes out, they're really going to like him if he's the reason that all of this comes to an end. If he leaves, promises never to show his face around here again, understanding the consequences, he has a chance to start over. Hell, I'm sure folks around here will tell stories about the fact that he was a good man in the way that folks do, which may be enough to to keep this going, let him start a fresh new business venture, as it were. Land with that golden parachute.
Well, the good man would go simply because my child was at risk.
We all know that's not a good man up there. I think we can, and I think convincing the folks of the forest is going to be a lot easier said than done. But
Just be careful as you're going through the town. I know a few people that definitely see through his airs, but there are many on his side. So be mindful when trying to gain their trust.
This might be the only chance he has to not cause a war with the woods.
You told her everything?
I think we did. I don't think we have anything to hold back to her.
no.
Then she says, "Let me be clear. I'm getting my son back. Help me, please."
It is what we are
What?
trying to do.
Let me ask you one important question.
Ooh.
What's the actual price you will pay?
Hold, please.
I like it with the. All I imagine is just the tavern slightly dimly lit. There's the clouds rolling in, doing cloud coverage. And all you see, because lights haven't been fully turned on in the tavern, and all you see is just a tink. Light come on, light goes off. What price are you willing to pay? Oh, I like that a lot.
Mhm.
Lumley Spitten came to Naylore about 25, 30 years ago and settled in Orenstrad with Emmett after meeting him. She has spent her life helping this village flourish. She has seen families grown her own. She has seen the bounty that comes from the forest, and she has seen the importance of the harmony that she now has a much better understanding of, and what drove her husband to what he did. And she says, if we do not if we do not save the children, we not only condemn the children, we condemn the town. I do not want the blood of a man on anyone's hands, but he must be at that forest. He must be there by any means necessary.
Dern leans in and goes, "The man already has blood on his."
Just because one is sullied does not mean that it cleans your own hands. Just because someone has killed more than you does not mean that your will to kill makes you better.
It is not my will to kill. It is the justice. And Dern will get up from the table and say, "I have a lot of thinking to do."
He can be reasoned with, and he's not without some consideration. Think about what I've said, and I recommend going and speaking with Frederick. Frederick runs Fizzles and Fizbits on the other side of town, his local sundry shop. Frederick He used to work in the mill back when Emmett was taking care of things. He left the line of work shortly after Cutledge came in and took over the sundry shop. He would be he's a trusted ally. And he knows a lot of people around town, as do I. It helps when you're the only cafe and like the only taco shop in the whole place.
Yep. I think Dern nods to this and will ask his friends to go, and he states that he needs time to think about this. And Dern will proceed up to the room.
All right. What's everyone else doing?
I will go to see Frederick. Will you
All
two
right.
come?
Yeah, I suppose I could tag along. I could read your coat while we walk.
Yes, I can read it, but I don't know what it means.
Well, I'm not the smartest, but I'll see what I can do.
Actually, I don't think Hoots is gonna come along for this one. Hoots is gonna make some more of those arrows for Quill.
All right. Are you doing that down in the main floor of the tavern? Are you going up to your shared room with Dern? Where are you going to
Yeah.
do it?
I'm gonna do that in the shared room with Dern. I know that's where Dern's sitting and focusing, but it's quiet work. I can sit and kind of do it in the peaceful quiet of.
All right. Then we're going to start with Ern and Quill. And looking at the coat, I presume.
Mhm.
Yeah, Sword's kind of walking across town, and you're telling me what your coat says.
Sure. I basically, as we walk, I'm assuming I know where the shop is, where Frederick's shop is.
Yes, you're familiar with all the major locations in the town.
So as we go, I just pull, because she's wearing a very long cloak with a hood, and I just pull up the bottom hem on one side and open it up and show it to you. And there's a small label. The inside of the coat is got this beautiful cherry blossom pattern on it. And as I pull it up and I show it to you, I say, "You see here, I I I can read it, but I am not sure what it means." And I show it to you. Median Japon. You see written there, MadeinJapan.
Sorry, one more. Sorry, this is on the jacket?
This is the inside of the coat.
What was it again?
It spells Median Japon. MADE space IN space JAPAN. Does it mean anything to you?
Well, so I can give you 2/3 of the help. So the first third is that the first word is made, like I made this.
Ah.
The second word is in, like I made this in my shop. But the third word, I don't know what it means. Japin, I don't know. But yeah, it basically means that your coat was made somewhere that's not here that we would know of. So it could be made it could be like a city somewhere else. It could be like a whole other island somewhere else. Or maybe it was made by fairies in the Feywild. In like a place called Japin. And it's got like people with hoods.
I don't know. That's a pretty good title for the channel. Made in Japan.
It's made in somewhere. I just don't know where that is.
That is better than I thought. I had assumed it was a name, Median Japon, but made in Japan.
Yeah,
Japan?
typically, when things are made, they're made in a place. Because if you make something in a person or like an animal, you usually just get another person or an animal, not a coat.
I had the coat when I arrived in the womb, so I gather that it is from wherever I was.
I mean,
Notably, the writing on the inside of the coat is gold.
well, it looks very fancy, and you're kind of like a fancy, like stone person. So you could actually be somewhere where you're like royalty or something. You could be like super rich and have all the money in the world.
I don't now, though.
Well,
Hmm.
wealth is kind of like a. It's kind of like a it doesn't really matter. Like I don't care about money so much. So like people who care about money usually don't actually care about like money. They just care about what people think about the money that they have. So I wouldn't worry about not having money. As long as you've got other good things that make you happy, that's all that matters.
I
But if you
do.
had money before and you can find that money, I certainly wouldn't be mad. Because I feel like Hoots needs a new pair of shoes. Um, and I don't think if he has to buy them, he's going to buy them. So if you come across any big money, you should buy Hoots some shoes. Just saying.
I can buy
Shoes.
Hoots some shoes. I have other things that matter, like you have Lou. Do you think that Dern or Hoots would know what this Japin is?
Well, I don't know about Dern. Dern's really cool. But
Buddy's an
Hoots
idiot.
Hoots talks about like a lot of places and a lot of stuff that I've never heard of before. So if there's going to be someone that knows about stuff, it's probably going to be Hoots. But yeah, it's you should show it to him. He might be really smart on this or kind of dumb, but most likely he's going to be really smart about it. So you should definitely talk to Hoots.
Thank you, Quill. I will ask Hoots.
Sorry, I could only be 2/3 of the help that you needed.
That is 2/3 more than I was helped before.
That's fair. Well, how close are we to Fizbins?
You're just about there, but I think we're going to use this opportunity to jump over to our other room, and then we'll come back to in Fizbins.
I think
Hoots.
Dern would be up there first.
Yeah,
I think.
You would have beat him by a small bit.
Yeah. Dern throws his armor off. Like it makes a bit of a loud noise. And just kind of just sits on his bed trying to start the meditation and stuff like that he's learned from the bennies, and not finding it very successful right now. Dern is probably decently angry, and he starts to shuffle through his bag.
Okay.
And probably by that time, Hoots would have come in.
All right. Hoots, you walk in and see a visibly disgruntled or unsettled Dern.
But before Hoots addresses it, he's gonna kind of get out all of his crafting tools, lay them out like neatly on. Is there like a table or a desk in
Yeah,
the
there'd
room?
be a small writing desk in the corner of the room.
Yeah, so like on the writing corner of or on the writing desk, he's gonna lay out all of his stuff, the oil, a small gathering of arrows, all of the cloth and stuff necessary to make them. And he just kind of like very methodical. It's like every single thing has an exact piece. Every tool is laid out exactly where it needs to go. Like it's a very like clean setup, not the way that Dern has watched him do it before. Like it's very clear like this isn't like him like, oh, I'm gonna tinker with something. It's like it's him like setting up almost like his own kind of ritual. It just happens to be mostly parts and stuff. And he kind of sets things down. He sits in the chair and he begins to work, and it's a very slow thought through process. Everything like taking the arrowhead off, starting to like soak the cloth carefully, to roll the cloth around and reattach the arrowhead. And finally, without kind of looking up from his work and continuing to work as he does, he goes, "So you want to talk about it?"
Dern, as he searches through the bag, kind of just throws the contents on his bed and turns to Hoots and goes, "Blood on one's hands is is something that needs to be answered. Do you not agree?"
I'd agree with that.
This man is the plight on this town, and yet the people revere him.
Tends to be the way these things go. Doesn't necessarily have to be a strong man or a man that's necessarily got the right ideas about things, but strong voice and a promise to make things better can sometimes be all it takes to truly get people behind a man.
Hoots, I will break down that man's door and drag him there myself if I have to.
Let me ask you an important question, Dern.
Dern
Say
nods.
you do. You grab that man and you drag him into the middle of the street in front of everyone to the edge of the forest. And you let nature do what nature does best to balance the scales of things, so it were. Now that man's sins end right there and then. Did you make the world a better place?
There's a large sigh from Dern. And he goes, "No. I have just corrected but one wrong,
There's
and
a
not
chance.
the root cause."
Correct. There's a chance that man has a lesson to learn. Perhaps wishful thinking. But sometimes a bad man can learn a lesson when he needs to. And sometimes it's not so much of a lesson as spending the rest of your life undoing the wrongs you committed. And sometimes, when necessary, well, sometimes that man takes a slightly too short rope and corrects the injustice himself.
Dern nods to Hoots. And Dern nods to the arrows and goes, "It's methodical to be working on something."
Ever since I was a boy, I've never been able to sit still with my hands. When I was worked up, when a rope came tight a little too early, I took peace in always having my hands busy. And you know, in case I'm wrong, and in case there's a necessity, it also doesn't hurt to have a plan B.
Dern nods. And for the first time, without saying anything, Dern pulls out the puzzle box. And we'll work on it when Hoots is in the room, but doesn't say anything about it.
I think Hoots is not going to address it himself.
Roll me an intelligence check. Dern.
I'm going to have to up my intelligence unless I get a nat 8. Oh, I got an 18. What the hell with my rolls tonight? Good Christ.
Noted. And as you sit there fiddling with your puzzle box, and Hoots working on the arrows, camera pans away, and ding-ling-ling-ling-ling, the doors, the door to the sundry shop, Fizzles and Fizzbits, is opened. The room before you, or the room before you, is lined with shelves with neatly organized sundries. It leads to the back where there is a long counter with more, again, just supplies and things lining the walls behind. There are bright windows on bright windows in the front that let in the light of the afternoon. And from a back room, you hear, yes, just a minute.
What are we about to have? Never mind. Continue.
I'll walk on up to the counter and wait.
Hello.
I just I go over straight to the nearest wall that has stuff on it and start kind of poking at things.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I don't know why it's closed. No, I'm just gonna. One of my personality traits is I'm always picking things up and fiddling with them, and sometimes they accidentally break.
Yeah.
So.
So you reach out and you pick up a. We're going to say you reach out and you pick up this wooden tool, and it's got some very intricate workings in it, and you're kind of looking at it, trying to figure out what it is, and roll me a dexterity check.
Will the dice be kind?
And that's not a saving throw?
Mm,
Just a check?
sure, let's do saving throw. I'm fine with that. You didn't drop it. You didn't break it. You pick it up and you're like, awesome. Still know what this is. I didn't drop. And you
I'll
just
kind of half juggle it as I put it back to the shelf.
your confidence is just increased because you're like, see, I told him I wouldn't drop it.
I don't know who I told, but yes.
Lou, told you I wouldn't drop it.
That's true.
And from behind the counter, you see a door open, and you don't see anybody at first. But then, coming around the corner is a male gnome. He has an angular face with braided blonde hair. He wears simple clothing, a leather apron, and an iron amulet in the shape of a set of scales around his neck.
How
And
tall? How tall are they?
gnomes, 4, I want to say 4 feet.
Okay, so we're about the same height.
Yeah, he's about your height. Yeah. And he comes around and he says, "Oh, hello." I lost the voice. It's completely gone. We're gonna choose a new one. Choose a new one. Hello. Welcome to Fizzle and Fizzbits. How may I help you?
Frederick, Madame Lumley told us to speak with you. This is Quill and Lou.
That's right. This is Lou. And I hold out Lou.
Frederick turns and says, because he didn't see you at first, he was very focused in on Quill, and goes, "Ern, you're back! Oh, it's so good to see you! Come here! I have to get a good look at you!"
I dutifully lean down to the gnome's height.
"Oh, you look like you're doing so good! Oh, it's great to have you back in town." Terrible circumstance, though. Terrible. And Mr. Quill? Mr. Lou? So nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, I think.
What can I do for you for?
Well, Madame Lumley suggested we speak with you. I have brought Quill and Lou and their companions to investigate the disappearances that have happened. To that end, we entered the forest and uncovered some troubling news, which we now need to discuss with yourself and probably others in town.
Oh. Lumley wouldn't have sent you to me if she didn't think it was important, I suppose. Uh, is this a good place to chat? I could. It's almost closing time. I could close down for a few minutes.
Please.
He walks across the wooden planks of the floor and climbs up a tall, or it closes the door and walks up like a tall set of stairs to turn the sign to closed. He has not made it lower for himself. He just goes up to the full height, turns it, and then comes back down. And comes around and says, okay, well, hold on. I think I have, she kind of looks you up and down, or he kind of looks you up and down. Ern's like, I think I have a chair. Yes. Comes back with two gnome-sized stools, which Quill you'll be able to sit on. Says, and then kind of holds up the third that he brings out and looks up at Ern, looks down at this chair and says, terribly sorry.
I can stand. I am quite comfortable this way.
Okay. And sits down. It's like, tell me everything.
Unless Quill stops, Ern will tell this fellow everything.
Oh, Quill doesn't have enough of a attention span to know exactly what's going on in the full extent, so he's definitely just gonna stare at you and be like, yeah, you do the thing.
So Ern will proceed to share everything, same that we shared with Madame Lumley, including the fact that we are trying to get the town behind this idea of supporting the previously agreed upon, well, the previous agreement with the Dryad meeting at the edge of the forest. We'll go through all of that.
Frederick kind of looks down and it's like, you know, he just shakes his head. Like, Vernon knew better. What's that fool doing cutting down a tree in that area? When I worked in the mill, when Emmett, he gets kind of choked up for a second. When Emmett was around, it was better, We knew to take it. I didn't understand the full extent, but we knew not to take from the forest where the younger trees were, where the older trees were. It was clear. It was always clear. I don't know. What did he think he had to gain from it?
New wood with which to improve his home.
His home? That man built that. He built it less than a year ago.
Well, to that end, we hope to be able to return the tree to where it belongs. Although it won't live again, it can nourish the forest as it should, instead of that man. But and please continue.
And the Dryad, Silu, she'll bring them back, the children?
I believe she will. I would not have left them out there if I doubted in my mind her truthfulness.
What do you need of me?
We need your assistance. We need to convince the town that this is the best choice, to follow the agreement Emmett had made, to return the large tree, Ivis's tree, and to return to the ways of balance. not all will agree with that, and those that I have brought seem confused about whether Cutledge should be made to pay directly now with his life or over a long period of time. We need assurances that he will not enter the forest, that he will be held responsible for his actions.
You see, he looks a little taken aback at the concept of killing Cutledge outright.
I was about to say that could have probably been worded a little
Yeah.
bit better. Maybe me and Hoots should have been there.
You probably should have been.
You sent who you sent.
Why would you send us on the important mission?
Like,
Because character development.
That's
Oh
fair.
God. So, Frederick looks to you and goes, and kind of holds on to his amulet. Iron amulet in the shape of scales. Meaning like weighing scales. People need to be held accountable. Of course they do. It's only right. Emmett and I, we were friends a long time. He's a good man. If I learned anything from him, and I learned a great deal in my time working with him, it was that sometimes we can help, but it's not our place to make the decision on what is enough. If Silu needs something, and the trees have always been kind to us, then the choice of mercy or violence doesn't need to rest with those helping to deliver a message. I will help, but I will not harm him. That is not something that would sit in my conscience. And I hope that it wouldn't sit in yours as a healer.
no, it would not. But Dern
Dern's
was
not there.
angered. No, I
Oh,
know.
sorry.
But I just
Sorry.
say to him, Dern was angered. At first I thought when we would return that he would go directly to Cutledge and harm him. I'm glad he did not, and I would like us to find another way. This is a good way.
Cutledge will not like this. He's not the sort of man who takes very kindly to being made to be humbled, if you take my meaning.
Dern will humble him. Don't worry about that.
I will do what I can. You have you have 2 days.
A day and a half, yes.
Tomorrow morning or something?
Day and a half, right?
After.
Yeah, it's so you are nearing the end of the day now. So it's not tomorrow at dawn, it's the next day at dawn.
Hmm.
You have 36 hours.
So, quick question then. Is it fine? Because I don't like you. Seem pretty nice, and you're my same height, which is a lot less scary than most people. So that's nice. But my question is: so what if he tries to cut me first?
Self-defense. He looks at you and she's like, he kind of looks you up and down. It's like, Cutledge is cutthroat. Him and his men, I totally lost the voice. Him and his men, when they came into town, they are different. They may try. I recommend you be on your guard. And as I said, balance in transactions is based on those involved in those transactions.
Sure, I'm not sure what that means, but okay. I'm just mostly saying, like, you seem nice, but like, can I still shop at your shop if he slashes at me and I slash him back and he just happens to lose an arm or two?
He looks genuinely like pleased at the idea of him losing an arm. It's like well, he wouldn't be dead. I mean,
Great. Let's
he-
just maim the man instead of kill him.
I said if he attacked me first.
yep. And Frederick says, "Aren't many who can put him in his place. I would pay
Well-
good money to see that."
Well, to be honest, just in case, like, you could probably see it for free if you like sit on a roof somewhere and watch to the edge of the woods. If something goes down, you could get a free seat. I wouldn't charge you to sit somewhere in your town.
On the second floor of this building is a little like balcony on the front, and he's like, "Tomorrow, I'll make note." So where are we meeting? Do you need to talk to a lot of people in a group? Do you need me to just like, what do you need me to? You need me to talk to people? You need me to gather people? What do you need me to do?
Both, I think. Speak to those that you consider trustworthy. Speak to those that you think will see the balance and reason, and gather any that you think we should discuss this with.
Okay. Well, all right. If you come back tomorrow morning, just after breakfast.
Oh, no, it has to be later. Hoots does not like to be woken up early.
There's no idea who it is.
No, I know.
Okay. Just after lunch, then.
Before lunch,
I'll
but after breakfast. That would be reasonable?
yes.
Not the brunch period, because if we get into brunch period, then well, we're all screwed.
I know a place that makes great mimosas.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I have
Okay.
another question not related to this discussion. I kind of glance at Quill. Do you sell shoes to fit bird feet?
Well, I'll have you know, I have quite the selection of shoes. We do get all sorts in the village, although we haven't had an increase in population in quite some time.
had these
That wasn't
weird
naturally
rubber-
born, you know. Not everybody comes to settle here, but I think I have a few selections at the back. Is the bird a large bird or a small bird?
No,
Because
a
their
large
talon size varies.
a large bird, and I'll kind of describe Hoots's height and what I think the size of Hoots's feet may be.
Why have you guys decided Hoots needs new shoes?
Will said you need shoes.
Um, you know, I don't have anything in stock right now that would work for that, but we do have a wonderful shoemaker just a few doors down. If you could let me know the specifications, I'm sure we could get something commissioned.
Well, to be honest, this is kind of more of like a kind of like a cheap thing. I don't think we should get Hoots any custom shoes without him knowing that we're getting him custom shoes. Simple shoes are no problem, but custom, Hoots is very particular about his stuff.
Well, I'm sure, Pierce
But
could use the distraction. He's been very, very upset ever since the twins went missing.
Well, okay, then yeah, let's go tell him about the shoes that we need. They're going to be very weird shoes, so that'll be interesting to see what happens with that.
They're made out of tree resin, and they're kind of squishy, because they got holes in the front.
Yeah,
They're toe
Yeah,
socks.
you weren't here for this whole discussion about how the fact that Hoots basically wears combat Crocs.
No, Ern has no idea, but you mentioned about Hoots and a new pair of shoes, so she's just like, okay, cool.
Okay.
All right.
I kind of looking around this guy's little shop. What kind of store is this?
So it's basic sundries and supplies. So it is really basic. It's just your small town, like, all-in-one store. If you need to get like some ration supplies, you can get it here. If you needed to get like a new axe, they're not weapons. They're the means by which they keep the town running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So any basic equipment, so like rope or like a tent or a bedroll or that sort of thing. Like, you're gonna find that kind of stuff here.
Okay. So not what I'm looking for. It's all good.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I don't know, but none of that piqued my interest.
All right. Okay. All right. You have some information. Anything else you'd like to do?
Go to the shoemaker and offer best guess at the size of Hoots' feet.
Quill knows. Oh, Quill knows.
Oh boy.
No, I'm just kidding. There's something. There's something Hoots doesn't know about Quill. Tickle, tickle.
Quill every night just gets up, tape measure.
Oh yes, Dern is exactly a size. Ooh, 17.
We're measuring feet here, buddy.
And oh no, I've completely lost control of the thread. Oh my gosh.
Who do you think I am?
As you step out
No,
into the path, a light snow starts to fall.
I just need to make it very clear I do not measure Hoots' feet.
Okay, understood.
Very clear.
We'll
I do
roll it
not
back.
know the size of
Feet on
Hoots'
the other hand.
We're going to make the best estimation, and I'm going to base it on observation, not exact measurements. Understood.
Okay.
As you walk out into the cobbled streets, a light snow has begun to fall. The sun is setting, and you want to go over to the cobble maker? Cobble? How do you say that? What's that term?
Cobbler?
Cobbler. Great.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, I really want to go for a cobbler after.
I really want a cobbler. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that's my
me too.
favorite kind of dessert. I bought rhubarb this weekend to make a rhubarb cobbler tomorrow. I'm really excited.
Never buy rhubarb. Come to me. So much rhubarb. So much rhubarb.
We'll talk.
Oh,
So
rhubarb
you
2020.
We shouldn't be doing deals on Twitch, guys.
so you go to the cobbler. It's run by a man named Pierce Challenger. And as you walk up to the door, and as you walk up to the door, you there's no lights on inside,
Oh.
but there is a light on the second story.
Well, I feel like the other guy said that it was closing time for him. So this man's probably eating dinner. I mean, if he really likes making shoes, he might be interested in making them anyways, but I feel like he might be closed.
I think you are correct. And I will be able to better assess the size of Hoots' feet tonight.
I want both of you to roll me a perception check.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dave. An 8, because I haven't rolled above a 10 all night.
Hooray!
And a 7 for Ern. And the door is locked. Things look closed up, and the snow is falling.
And there's a dead man somewhere inside.
I cannot wait for David to roll poorly and for Hoots to wake up to you just like palming his foot.
This is not where I expected this evening to go.
I never know where these evenings are going to go.
And on this episode of Twitch Chat, all of the photos taken for size estimation can be found at
Our Discord.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you'd like to know
No.
the size of Hoots' feet, please
They will
join
not
our
be-
Discord. I will be publicly posting these numbers whether we find them out tonight or not by searching for the average size of a man and an owl and correlating the difference. So
Yeah,
please,
we're answering the big
join our
questions here
Twitch.
tonight.
we already
So
heard about Dern. Now it's Hoots.
So, making your way back to the Wildflower Tavern.
Yes.
Yeah, we are making our way downtown.
Walking
right.
fast.
And that is as much of that as we can do on Twitch. And so we continue down. You make your way back. There is just people milling around on the streets, seeming to be heading to their homes. Lanterns are being lit to allow light as you're going along. And you come in to dinner time at the tavern. There are a couple patrons around the round tables enjoying some hot stew. Madame Lumley is not there right now. There is someone else standing behind the bar, and Dern and Hoots. Where are you? Let's start with Hoots. Where are you?
I feel like Hoots has made his collection of arrows and headed down to kind of just like enjoy the public space.
All right. And Dern?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Nope. Yeah.
Dern probably has calmed down and probably went down with Hoots. He's definitely not in his armor and probably being a little bit looser with the alcohol and stuff like that.
Just letting those oils fly.
Letting those oils fly. Yeah, no, Dern's probably being a little bit more relaxed than he normally is.
All right.
Drunk.
You walk in and you see your friends indulging and eating. You sit down to order some dinner and have some conversation.
Yeah. Dern will order the special, whatever the special is. He doesn't even look at the menu. He's just like, the special.
Were you even told that there was a special?
No. Every
grump-
place has a special.
The grumpy teenage-esque worker that's currently manning the bar and like taking all the orders walks up and she's just like, she obviously is so done. And you're like, the special. And she goes, we only serve one thing. Notably, there were many things on the menu last night when Lumley was cooking. You'll have the stew.
Perfect. Is it a special stew?
Yeah.
Terrific.
Okay. Aubrey. Is this just characters made from like Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
Sensor bar included in everything.
Yeah. What the are you talking about?
And you? She turns to Ern.
Are we there?
Oh, you've come in. Or
Oh,
Come
okay.
in, yeah.
you let me know
Yeah.
if you want to be on the road still.
No, we can be there.
Nope. I'm good. We're there, and I go sit down. Water, please. Only water.
She looks down at the pitcher of water and looks up at you and down at the pitcher of water. She takes the pitcher and starts to walk away.
The other two haven't even ordered.
I once went to a
Ern says
restaurant.
nothing.
I've been to restaurants like this before. The small town Hooters that opened up. This is exactly the kind of service we got. It takes me back home.
Small town Hooters.
Ern has so many questions.
Is that like a family business for you?
No, it is a family restaurant, however.
So like,
Fun fact, actually true.
so if you're Hoots, is your Hooters like a fan of a person named Hoots? Like, we're Hooters.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Hooters
you know what? 100%. That's
Does-
exactly what that refers to.
Is there a bunch of owls everywhere?
A lot of owls. They've got them printed on T-shirts, on the mugs. Yeah, they've got pictures of owls everywhere. Hoots has now
Wow.
realized his mistake and is like trying to work himself out of.
So if your name's Hoots and these people are Hooters and they've got pictures of owls, so then I think you might be lying, and this place is actually something that you're kind of famous at.
Well, see,
Are you
the
famous at Hooters, Hoots?
No, I did once win a mustache contest. However, for Movember, it was pretty good. I got a cup at home.
What's-
That I won.
What's the Movember?
Oh well, in November we grow mustaches to
What
see.
is it? November.
It's a month.
Ah,
It's a month where I come from. We grow a mustache, to prove we can mostly, because you're supposed to raise money during the time you grow this mustache. Most men don't understand that's the point of it. So it's you raise money for preventing illness. It's a pretty cool little thing. And I had the best mustache there. To be fair, I had cheated and hadn't shaved prior to the event, but nobody asked. I just got a free cup, and I'm still using it. It's a great orange juice glass.
Ern's little golden eyebrows go up and says, "Right, Quill mentioned that you know much about many strange places," and
Like
I
Hooters.
lift up the, yeah, I lift up the hem of the cloak and I say, "Do you know what a Japin is?"
that's what it was called.
Are you like showing like the label?
I am, but it would be written in the equivalent of Sylvan.
Oh,
So I'm
Uh,
just giving you my translation. I will spell it JAPAN.
Ishkan. Japan is the word you're looking for. Japan.
That could be.
Made in Japan.
It's
Made
What
in.
puzzle is this?
Made
Wow.
in refers to something having been made in a place. So, what is Japan?
well, Japan's an island nation where I'm from. A series of small islands in off the coast of a much larger continent, a region we call Asia. Um, it's odd to see it written. I mean, like, now, okay, here's my question. Naylore specific. Is Sylvan written like Japanese kanji, or is it written like actually? Would it look like Japanese kanji?
I will actually
or-
tell
or-
you what
or-
Sylvan looks like.
Or hiragana, or
It absolutely does.
Oh.
so Hoots is gonna go, well, I mean that looks, yeah, that I'm gonna sound racist again, and I'm gonna that could be Japanese, which would make sense. That it's, where did you get that?
When I arrived in the womb, I had it.
Okay. Well, that implies it could come from Earth. But then the question, did you come from Earth?
I'm afraid I don't know. I remember arriving in the womb, and I caused damage when I arrived. Uh, but I do not know.
Can I get like a? Will you object to me feeling the cloak?
Nope, not at all.
Okay. What kind of material is it made out of?
It is very the well, it's made of silk essentially. Like that's silken would be the feel.
Yeah. It feels like silk, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I am not a fabric expert. It could be silk, it could be fake silk. I think they call that rayon, but I'm the wrong person to ask. And like I think like it, I don't know. It doesn't look poorly made. It's just I if I was to guess, and if it says made in Japan, which is you know, something we put on a lot of our articles of clothing. Actually, yeah. Hoots is gonna like unzip his jacket. He's gonna pull it out, and so because I actually owned the jacket that Hoots's jacket is based off of, on the right hand side, it's got like a little label sewn into it.
Mhm.
And for those that are curious, the label says "Assembled in America," and Hoots would read that out loud, and it would, I guess, since we're assuming common is basically English, it would be readable to anyone. And he's like, "Yeah, it's, you know, that's how we identify where things are made." Now, this is a bit of a misnomer. We put "assembled in" usually means that the final pieces were put together in a place. Made in implies the entire product was finished there. So this was made in Japan. That means it might have been a very high quality garment at one time. It's not made in China, so you know, it's not a knockoff. This could be real. I can't tell you much more than that, realistically.
Well, it is another third better than Quill got, which I appreciate.
Dern looks over and goes,
Hoots,
"I have nothing."
Hoots, I will say, given your knowledge and everything you just went through, this label doesn't look like your labels. It's got the same contact, like the same. It's written on the inner lining, but it is in gold that matches the gold that surrounds urns, the pieces of that structure urns
Oh.
face and body.
Now, is it like real gold then? Like, or
Yes.
is it like no? So it's real gold. Um, yeah, like whoever made this put some serious effort into it. Like the qualities, like that's real gold, and it almost looks like you. um it doesn't feel right. Now, the problem is I've, you know, I don't have much experience with things from Japan outside of like my grandfather had a Sony TV. um
You cannot tell me Hoots is not a friggin' weeb.
but
No, this
he's
is the
from
part that he
small
doesn't
town
talk
southern
about.
northern Alberta. He may have been a weeb, like a closeted weeb, but he like more comic books actually.
Hoots gets in his car and cranks the music, and he's just going down the road with like Dragon Ball.
Actually, Hoots listens almost exclusively to the pop radio station. I will have you know. Hence why Hoots chose "Toxic" by Britney Spears for the phone. But but it's but yeah, like, you know, it's weirdly high quality. I don't mean weirdly in a bad way. I just mean like it's quite nice. I've never seen something quite like this in my travels, so I hope at least it sends you in the right direction.
When you arrived in the womb, the things that you had before, were they all the things you had here?
Somewhat. Things are slightly different. You know, my jacket didn't have a spot for wing holes when I when I left where I was, and you know, my Crocs were a little bit of a different shape and feel. But for the most part, yeah, I'd say they're a good estimation of what I was wearing prior to coming here. Some of the more important things are accurate. My grandfather's ring is my grandfather's ring, and you know, my shotgun's my shotgun. It's the same one I've always had. So Yeah, most of the stuff is identical, if not close enough that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Your shoes, though.
What
Oh, we
about
love a
them?
segue.
Uh, uh, she just stares at your shoes for a second.
Their
I have
shoes.
acquired all the data about your shoes.
They're-
Thank you, Hoots. I appreciate the information. Perhaps I am from this Japan. I do not recall having a cloak or a body, so I'm still a little confused, but I have more information now than before. I appreciate it.
I mean, at the risk of sounding slightly off, one of the things that Japan is known for is its robots. And when I came here, part of who I was came through. I was a pilot in my world. And from what I understand, part of who Agnes was, at her core when she came through, also was represented in what she was. So maybe you are from Earth, and maybe the bits of you that came through is a reflection of who you were before you left. And maybe it had something to do with robots. I don't know.
I love that Hoots is going straight to robots and not the possibility that she's like something really old. Stone
She
robot.
acts like a robot. He's like, yeah, robots. They got robots. Japan's all about them robots.
Ribbits. Ribbits.
Ern just nods and looks contemplative.
Hoots, roll me an. I'm gonna call it a history check.
That almost looks like a fushigi ball.
It's a 6.
Noted.
The dragon almost,
Carry on.
I know, but it almost looks like one of those fushigi balls.
Oh no.
We spoke with Frederick.
Oh.
That. We spoke with Frederick. He would be displeased if Cutledge were to be murdered. But beyond that,
We didn't say murder.
Well, actually, I brought up like the possibility of like he attacked me first, if like I attacked him back and he happened to lose 2 arms, and he said he'd be fine with that.
Dern turns to Hoots and goes, "We may have gone. We may should have gone."
Probably. Thinking back on it, I think maybe that should have been a conversation we were involved in.
Maybe.
Frederick will speak to those he thinks would agree with the measures that we propose, and he can gather those that may have questions or require convincing tomorrow, not early in the morning, because Hoots may swear at them all if we do that. So before lunch.
Hoots brings upon the death of the party by just being a dick in the mornings.
I do have I have an important question though. Where
What?
are you gathering? Where are you gathering?
We didn't set that up.
We presumed in the town square, I guess.
That would be reasonable.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, your waitress has finally come back, and she drops off the pitcher of water and puts a bowl of stew in front of Quill.
Me? I didn't order stew. No, I'm not saying that to her. I'm just making sure you got the right person.
No, I know. No,
Oh, okay.
Melissa's aware.
Dern
Cool,
reaches over and grabs the stew.
And Quill goes, thank you anyway, Stowe. By the way, I'm Quill. And I kind of like pull Lou out and I go, this is for He's a Draken. He's my best friend. And I kind of like hold him out towards her. Isn't he cute?
Do you want the stew?
I want you to say hi to Lou. Everyone says hi to Lou.
She full on turns to Hoots and says, "Do you want
Hey,
stew?"
no, hold on a second. Say hi
Yes,
to Lou.
ma'am.
If I say hi to it, it pays for stew.
Well, he's not ordering stew.
Dern will put down an extra silver.
No,
Just to
no,
end
that's
this
not-
conversation.
That's not the point. The point is here is that I'm being nice and she's supposed to be nice back to me. Say hello to Lou.
Hello, Lou.
Thank you.
Silver and walks away. You all get your food eventually, and yeah, it's not bad. You know, it's warm, it's filling, it's got lots of potatoes in it.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Ern continues to just raise a water glass, not drink, and set it back down.
Cool's just drinking water and eating his lizards.
You're
I have like a month
I
worth
like
of
to-
lizard, okay?
Oh my gosh, I feel like she's probably just like she's just moody, right? Like she's just grumpy and doesn't want to be there, and is just like watching you eat food that she didn't give you in the bowl. And it's just like whatever. Whatever.
You're rude.
Most teenagers are. So there's a couple other patrons around. There's a table with a couple of people that look like they were probably working in the mill during the day. Another group, small group of little family over in the corner. But otherwise, the evening is yours. Do you want to do anything else, or are you going to retire for the evening?
I think there's going to be a long day tomorrow. Like a long day.
I can't remember. Did Ern ask about Hoot's feet to his face?
I mentioned his feet to his face, and then I promptly stared at his feet.
Okay. Did we get a definite answer?
I didn't ask him a question about his feet. I just stared at his feet.
Are you by staring? Are you getting a definite answer?
Do I get an answer? Do I learn information about Hoot's feet?
Do you have cobbler's tools? What are your proficiencies?
I think just like, to
Potter's
get a reading of
tools?
it, though. Like to know
I
the
just-
size.
Yeah, I just want to estimate
Write me
the
a
size.
perception check, and I'll decide the DC. Go for it.
Perception. Ooh.
You have a fairly strong idea of what size shoes you would need to help Hoots
Excellent.
with something he obviously needs help with.
Yes,
Obviously.
new
Clearly.
shoes. New shoes.
Poor Hoots. Oh my gosh.
Hoot's new shoes.
Hoot new shoes. Hoot new shoes.
You'll be the talk of Hooters with your new shoes.
Is that actually like
So if all of us are like, because we think you're pretty neat, does that make us all Hooters?
Sure, buddy. Sure. There's no long-term repercussions for this. It's like, as far as I know, if I go back, I'm never gonna see these people again. They can all be Hooters. Sure, let's do it.
As long as I am the biggest hooter.
You know what, Ern? You are the biggest Hooter.
By
Of
size
the pair.
alone, you are probably the biggest Hooter here.
Have
Hey,
I
you
don't-
signed up for this.
I did. I don't have.
Played with us for like 7 weeks before this. You know what we're like.
It's way easier to be on the banter side. Although, have you ever noticed? Like, oh, come back. There we go. Anyway, the power's getting real low, and your rooms
It's time to
are-
retire so I don't have to deal with you people anymore.
I don't have anything strong enough to right now, so the fire's getting real low, and you are able to retire. quilt, if you want to be back on your cozy pillow, it's there. If you want to be there, nobody's going to put a blanket on you tonight.
That's fine. I'm gonna sit on the porch for a while
Okay.
and just kind of like stare out towards the trees.
Okay. The forest is tall and dark as the evening in the evening air. The snow hasn't stopped falling, although only gently, and is beginning to build up a bit on the ground around outside the tavern, and yeah, it's peaceful. Anybody else have anything they'd like to do before you rest?
As we head upstairs, Ern will stop at the door into the room and look at Dern and Hoots. Would you be more comfortable if I stood outside the room or the window again?
Uh, you know what, Ern? Maybe inside's best. You know, keep as many of us close together as we can. Are there like independent fireplaces in the rooms, or are they just like the fireplace downstairs?
There's a small like stove in each room that can be used to like warm the room. It's not going to cook anything, but it'll keep
Yeah.
you warm.
Yeah, like I don't know, like keep the we'll set a fire, we'll kind of get the room going a little bit, we'll all hang out in here, and I mean, yeah, I'd feel bad to leave you outside, you know?
I appreciate your consideration. I will not stare at you while you sleep. I understand that is impolite.
I do appreciate. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Um, this night she will take a chair over by the window instead of staring like straight out the window and standing there. She will rather awkwardly. She's not super dexterous. Sit down in the chair and kind of very stiffly sit there and look out the window.
All right.
Dern will probably just make sure that he, I guess goes to bed. It doesn't really have anything else to do tonight.
All right.
He can actually get a good sleep before working out again in the morning.
Perfect. Quill, Hoots. Wow, I'm gonna have I don't know why I'm having a hard time today, but the two of you are interchangeable in names today, and I apologize. Hoots, anything for you?
No, Hoots is gonna settle down for the night and just get himself kind of comfortable and relaxed.
All right. Out on the front porch, Quill, there aren't very many people wandering this late at night. You have talked into the late hours, maybe not the wee hours quite yet, but you talked for a while. And it's quiet.
I'm just gonna pull out Lou and kind of like place him down and be like, so I just want to make it very clear that it's not that you were a problem, it's that she was the problem. You've done nothing wrong. It's kind of one of those things like you could be like the savior of the world, which I'm sure one day you will be. And you'd like literally be holding like her mother in like a claw, being like, here's your mum. And she'd probably still just give you a dirty look. So it wasn't you. You're great. You always have been, always will be. So yeah, don't feel bad, please.
And the head
That's all.
slumps.
I kind of like tuck him back in my hood and
yeah, little snowflake falls on his head.
perfect. And I what?
Nope, I was gonna say, and then you go to sleep.
Oh yeah, I was like, it's getting real cold. So I go inside and I curl up by the fireplace, and that is that.
Perfect. A new day dawns. Early morning. First light.
And Dern is up. But this time he's going to be a little bit more careful not to wake Hoots.
You can roll a stealth against his passive.
All right, let's see. All right, am I going to disturb Hoots? That's the real question about tonight.
That's what we're all here to know.
You've all been stealing our good rolls.
Nope.
10 this time, but it's not heavy armor. Not heavy armor, because I'm just going for a run.
Yep.
Tripped
If-
over something.
So
Poof!
yeah,
Good buddy, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I don't believe
The
you.
whole inn wakes up. I'm fine.
I'm gonna turn towards Dern after this loud thud. And I will whisper this and kind of motion you closer.
Yep.
Is practicing the letters something you only do on the road?
It's been a busy few nights. Tonight I will probably try and find some time. And then he gets up and goes, "To my run!" And like as soon as he opens the door, like all the people from the other rooms are going like, "The fuck you doing?"
There's like one like really old person that's just like opening the door. It's still in their night hat, and they're just like,
Good
at this hour,
morning!
at this hour.
Got dang kids these days.
And you're off.
I'm off.
Okay. You are out for your run. It's early morning.
hmm
Following the same path you did last time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay, perception. I will roll a perception, and it's going to be an amazing roll of 12.
Okay. You see people starting to get their day going, very similar to yesterday.
Yeah.
Seems normal.
Okay, seems normal.
Everything
Okay.
looks kosher.
Dern will approach and buy another loaf of bread.
The individual selling them kind of nods at you and recommends a honey loaf instead today, just for some variety.
Dern will definitely take that and go, "They tell me that it's a cheat day, but I don't know what that means." And then he runs away.
Oh, love it. The rest of you, as Dern returns, you wake up, and get ready in any way you wish before heading down for breakfast.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Yeah. Dern will just get all of this stuff ready, and
Mhm.
this time he will get Hoots up because apparently it was weird that he brought him breakfast in bed. He thought he was just being a friendly, nice guy.
Not meaning to make you role play every single time you talk. I just want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, the Hoots will come down for breakfast and
All right.
kindly ask for a cup of the pseudo coffee. Sans maybe the collection of alcohol again.
Lumley's back this morning. Makes you your coffee-ish. And
Coffee-ish.
the coffee-ish. Yeah, you're given similar fare to yesterday, but it's warm and it's filling, and it sits well on what has turned out to be quite a cold day.
Since Ern does not need to eat or drink, I'm going to run an errand while they are occupied with their breakfast.
All right.
I'm going to go see if the shoemaker is open.
All right. Okay. So Ern stands up from the table and says, "I will be back," and leaves.
And we're just like, okay.
I love it. Okay. Yeah, you are able to first throwing it out there. Anyone else going with her?
No, I don't think. I think Dern is going to enjoy his breakfast. I've got
Going
nothing.
once, going twice.
right.
She's by herself. Got it. You are on your way to the cobbler.
Mhm.
You retrace your steps from the night before. You're familiar with Pierce's, at least the location of the cobbler, having never really been in it before. You've never had the opportunity to meet Pierce, though you did briefly meet Ramsey and Camille, who are his twin children.
Got it.
So you get there, and it is open. The sign is marked open, and the light is on inside.
Okay. I will knock and enter the shop.
You come into a very simple space. The walls are lined with shelves containing shoes, a small number of maybe more fancy shoes, but ultimately it's a working town, and there are a lot of really simple but sturdy looking boots and other shoes available within the small selection. And working at a desk over on the right hand side of the room is a gentleman. He is he's dwarven. He has brown hair and a long beard, which he has it's been braided, but he's also like tucked it in so that it gets out of his way because he's working on oiling up a shoe to get it really, really shiny. And he just looks like he's trying to keep it out of his beard. But despite that, there's like pieces of it coming out and there's oils in the edges. And they kind of stand on edge because of that, giving him a bit of a like he's been shocked by electricity, kind of that appearance.
I cock my head at him and say, "Good morning. I think perhaps you would win a cup for Movember." I don't understand
Now-
it either, but good morning.
Now, there's something I haven't heard in a very long time. Who are you?
Oh, my name is Ern. I spent time here. I've met Ramsey and Camille, but I have never met you.
He goes white at the name of his children. He just looks sad. He's just listening to you.
I am sorry if their names make you sad. Part of why I am here is to assist with them, with the missing children.
Have you had any luck yet?
A bit, and we hope for more luck today and tomorrow. I was told that perhaps it would be helpful if you had something to work on in the meantime. So I have come with a special request, if that is okay.
He looks down at the shoes that are very obviously over polished. And you kind of you would know that everything in here looks like he's basically been cleaning everything, trying to distract himself. And he kind of looks down and like he's hesitant to put away a project, and he's like, "What's the order?"
Well, it is for an owl, a very large owl, an owlin, and I understand that he needs new shoes, and I will describe to the best of my ability the size of Hoots' feet, and I will request a pair of essentially like leather wraps that keep his digits free for gripping onto things, but that wrap around the underside.
He takes out a piece of parchment and a little piece of charcoal, and he starts like sketching out a few ideas. And he goes, "Never done something quite like it, but it could be done."
How
Me
much
too.
would it cost?
You bring back my kids, it's on me.
I would pay you anyways. Your children should be returned, but your work requires payment.
Running rate would be 2 gold.
I will pay him 2 gold right now.
He looks at it and puts it in a little pocket on his vest, and nods, says, "You said you got leads. I give a lot to be helpful. Is there anything I can do?"
Yes. Please speak with Frederick. He is sharing information, and we wish to have a meeting, although it has come to my attention we did not create a location for this meeting. The town square may be good, unless you know of another large place where we could hold such a meeting before lunch today.
Square seems good.
The town square, before lunch. I would like to guarantee we will bring Ramsay and Camille back. Please know we will do everything we can.
You see his eyes get a little bit misty, and in a very gruff way, he like almost angrily like brushes them away and just shakes his head. He's like, "You'll do your best," and just says, "I should get to work.
Thank you." And Ern will leave.
I'll bring who I can. Careful though."
Oof.
She considers that, doesn't respond to it, and goes back to the party.
All right. As you're making your way back to the tavern, the streets are full of more people now, milling about. I would like you to roll a perception check.
Do it.
Whoa, double nat 20s. Oh my
Booyah.
gosh.
What is?
Wow.
Hooray!
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta honor a nat 20. You are being watched
Ooh.
and followed.
Mhm.
And as you came out of Pierce's shop, you caught out of the very periphery of your vision somebody standing on a dwarven man standing in the corner of an alley. And as you began to walk, about 5 seconds after, leaving a little bit of space, they began to follow you. And they continue to follow you unless you choose to do anything about it.
Do I recognize this individual?
No.
Okay. I wouldn't do anything. I would go to the inn, go in, sit down as quickly as I can with the party, and then watch to see if they enter.
As you enter in and you kind of keep an eye, they don't come in, but on a natural 20 through the windows at the front of the tavern, you're able to kind of keep like half an eye on them and see what they're doing. And they look, assess, and then walk off in the direction of the river.
I will turn very quickly to the party as I see this. There is somebody outside who was watching me and following me back to the inn. A dwarven man appears to be heading to the river. If we wish to follow this individual, we should go now.
Dern gets up immediately and goes, "We follow."
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. What do you have with you sitting at dinner, sitting at breakfast?
Dern probably got his equipment ready, and he probably doesn't have his weapon on him, but he has his shield on him and stuff like that.
Hoots would have brought his bag with him.
Mhm.
So it would be like bag, his dagger, and then he'd have like his ring, which he can use as an arcane focus.
And Ern's armor is integrated.
Hey, sorry, not to interrupt. I think we got a
No,
raid coming in.
I just saw it. Thanks, guys.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
All right.
That's
Thanks
last
so much.
like 20 minutes of the show, but hi
Yes,
guys.
come join. Welcome in.
You missed extreme shoe shopping.
We member
I'm
of our
glad that-
party is being tailed. Caught sight of them, and they're
Oh.
about to take chase after them.
Well,
Keep in mind
let's
what
make
you
haste.
keep in mind what you do and do not have from your equipment, and you head out immediately.
Quill never strips down, so Quill is good to go.
All right. You head out and are heading in the direction of the river. I'm going to need a perception check to see if you can spot the person on the road.
Are we all making a
Ooh.
perception check or just?
You can all. You're able to describe this this dwarf with the. I'll take
It's
it
a-
as a group.
Okay.
Am
Am I
rolled
able?
above a 9 in 4 hours.
Am I able to
know.
guide myself as part of this?
Sure.
Okay, so
Don't worry, it's gonna be another double
Two.
nat 20.
that and
Man, I would throw these dice away, but it's my mouse and keyboard.
so it's
Okay.
a 14.
Ern, you are the only one that sees him. That's fortunate and makes sense
Entire
because
time.
Yeah.
you are you're the one that saw him before. You see him just as he's turning a corner about 2.5 blocks down. And you are able to follow.
I point him out.
Okay.
Yeah, we go immediately after.
Okay. How are you approaching this? Are you tailing to see where he goes? Do you want to intercept?
How
Um,
far does he look dangerous, or is he like just kind of chilling?
He doesn't look dangerous. He is a buff dwarven male. He's wearing a long coat and work boots.
I think Dern is. I want to say Dern wants to follow, but Dern is going to be the kind of guy who wants to interrupt because, hey, this is my friend you're bothering. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump onto Dern's back as he heads towards them to interrupt.
Yeah, Dern is going to go interrupt.
Okay. He's walking, hands in his pockets, head down, walking away.
Okay, perfect. Dern's
Um,
going to run up to him because he's
I-
been doing his morning exercises every day, and he's going to grab him on the shoulder.
He stops and turns and goes, What do you want?
Why are you following my friend? Immediately,
our friend?
just like with Quill on top.
Yeah,
So-
I'm on your shoulders. When am I not on your shoulders?
Exactly. Yeah, giant dragonborn looking down, just going like, "Why are you following my friend?" And then the cat person on top just going, "Yeah, why?"
What's
He's
this
gonna
about?
go, I wasn't following anyone. And I want you to roll an intimidation check.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it too because I'm on the shoulders.
Yeah, do
Yeah.
it.
Oh, that's
And again,
Oh,
a
what?
9. I've not rolled above a 9.
a 3 and a
Oh.
9. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Wow.
my god!
Oh no.
What is-
I wasted all my good rolls early on in the episode.
We are
Yeah.
not scary. We are a combined height of like 12 feet, and we are not scary in the slightest bit.
No, not at all.
He sees the stuffed animal and is just like, no, sorry.
Mm.
And he kind of takes it back off and
Oh, I
shrugs your
don't let go of his shoulder.
He looks at you and he goes, Do we have a problem?
Yes, we do. You were following my friend.
Open street? Wasn't following anyone. If I happen to be walking the same way as someone else, that's just life.
I take my tail and I like point it towards him like accusingly. I'm like, I don't think you're telling the truth. I think you're being a meanie, and I think that you should tell us what you're doing here. Because I'm not very
Going to
scary. but I'm
work?
still,
You
Well-
followed our friend to the town market and then back, and now you're leaving. With no stops in between.
Yeah.
Dern is doubling down on this.
Okay. he's not given anything up right now. He's
Does-
like,
Does he look defiant in that sense? Like, is he like
yeah.
not giving up, like a defiant, cocky, like the waitress from last night kind of way?
Well, he's got his air around him where it's just like, I don't owe you any explanation for what I'm doing, and I wasn't following anyone.
Has Ern or have Ern and Hoots caught up at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Also, thank you very much to all the new people who just followed, and we
Yes.
hope to see you guys on the full episodes and everything like that. So thank you very much to all of you.
thank you.
Hooray! I will walk up to this individual, probably get a little uncomfortably close to them, and just kind of study their face. I am certain you were following me, and I would like to know why. It isn't polite to follow people. I have been told this. I suggest that you share whatever it is you are doing with us. It would be much simpler.
While she's saying this, can I try and stealth off of Dern's back and kind of walk behind the guy?
Yes.
Oh,
Nope.
oh no!
With a
Another roll,
7,
having
oh
the
my
worst
goodness.
night.
Oh my
No.
gosh, what is happening tonight?
Literally
Um,
not a single roll above a 9.
Craziness.
I
Um,
like kind of half clang off the back, and he sees me go down. Continue.
So earn persuasion or intimidation.
Persuasion, please.
With it, and with a dirty
Oh.
20,
There we
Oh,
go.
there's a good roll finally.
he gets shifty. And he sees Quill come down, but I feel like he'd realize he's being surrounded. Like, Dern is tall, and
Dern
Ern is
is
also very tall. Like, having both of them right in your face, and then also like the very like leave little cat thing live, little cat getting in position, like that's an unnerving situation to be in.
As Hoots is walking up, he's gonna reach into his bag and pull out the sledgehammer warhammer thing that he's had, and hand it to Dern and go, "I know you left yours behind, buddy. Just in case."
Turn
I
goes,
forgot about that.
That's
"Thank you
awesome.
I didn't.
so-"
Tiny little bag, just like Warhammer out.
Yeah,
Heck
Dern
yeah.
takes the hammer and goes, "Thank you. I thought I was feeling light," and just slams it down on the ground with his hand on the pommel.
Important note that many of the party have not seen you use the bag of holding up to this point. Anyway, but not anyway, but as we go along, he looks like he's got a crack in his facade, and he's going, oh no, look, I was just doing my job. Like,
And
He's
what
just
is
doing my
your job?
whatever he tells me.
Who?
Well, Lord Cutledge.
That
As Lord
sneaky little son of a
Cutledge,
gun.
he said to follow whom exactly? Me? Us? Any of us?
We're just supposed to keep an eye on you. You're new in town.
Dern nods and goes, "And let's go." And goes, "We hope to see you at the town square later this morning.
Gives you a look. Says,
Make sure to tell Lord Cutledge that we really hope to see him there." And I just pat him on the shoulder a little harder than a normal person would.
Ooh.
he kind of backs up and gives one of these. Pass along the message. Backs
Dern
up.
smiles and goes, "Great! It was a pleasure meeting you, friend."
And he backs away. Like, he's keeping a close eye, and he really doesn't turn his back for a good, like, 3/4 of a block or anything. And then he disappears down an alley and is gone.
Did that dwarf have a mustache?
Hmm?
Did the dwarf have
yeah.
a mustache?
Oh, a mustache? Yeah.
Yeah. Was it as good as Pierce's?
No,
Oh, then I don't say anything.
no, it was honestly by comparison just so lackluster.
Feels like the
A little
kind of dwarf that would have a
patchy.
rat tail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
But unfortunately, you didn't get a really good.
Rutledge.
Unfortunately, you didn't get a really good look because he's got a high backed coat. But you know,
I
you
Oh,
just,
never
yeah.
I
know.
just know. I know there's like a rat, and not like a cool, like I'm like a crust punk rat tail, but like a, just like you know, like the dude bros who like all get mullets at the same time at the end of the year, but they're all just total d bags. So, like one guy gets like the thing, and he's got his like dad. He's like, my father will hear about this. That's what I'm picturing.
Lord Cutledge will hear about this. Scurries away.
So
I mean, that is
you
what
are.
we want. So
You have sent a message.
Yes. I think that was a
And-
very good way how to do it.
That worked.
So the time is about let's say about 9:30 in the morning right now. So presumably with your time, you have about an hour and a half left before the gathering in the square. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I guess try and help get people to the square.
Okay.
I don't know how we would, but maybe just
I've got an idea. When
What's
when
that?
do you want to do it?
we're doing it in about an hour.
Okay, so I did it before when I was looking for you in the town, but like I can do the thing where I like yell really loud. Like this place is a small village. I can make everybody hear me. I can yell for like a full minute like that. Like, hear ye? There's some things going on over here. You should come and say hello. Be in the square or be square.
Be in the square or be square. Exactly.
I like it. Oh,
love
I will pass on the message that Pierce told me to be careful. I will pass that on to the party as well.
Oh, we will be careful.
Do you tell Hoots you ordered shoes?
No.
I love it.
Ruin the surprise.
I just wasn't sure if Ern understood the nature of a surprise, so I wanted to check.
Not necessarily, but we're distracted by doing other things now, so the shoes are no longer important in this present moment.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, you
Yeah, I think I would spend the time speaking to other people that, in my own estimation and that of Madame Lumley, are trustworthy, shall we say, and encouraging them to join us in the town square at the appropriate time.
for sure.
Yeah, I think Dern's taking the more like bashing on doors and being like town meeting, and then just going her off.
Okay.
banging like two garbage can lids together, walking down the street screaming.
Yeah, basically. Me and Quill are doing that.
Garbage lid, sledgehammer.
Attendance mandatory.
Yeah.
Like, so is that our plan? Is just to have me thaumaturgy myself really loudly?
I mean, it would work.
Yeah.
It's just me screaming in the town center. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Let me know when I have to do this.
Now,
Right now. So an hour has passed.
you've gone around, you've started asking people, you're telling people. You now have about, I'm going to say 10 minutes until the meeting is approximately supposed to start. There are some people gathering in the center square, kind of holding a circle around the outside of, again, the center is that
Yeah.
well, and they're kind of keeping circle, but there's definitely not as many as you might have thought, and there's probably
Okay.
more to call.
I'm gonna look to Hoots and I'm gonna go, Hoots, what should I say?
What do you mean? What should you say?
Like what would get people's attention? Like free bread or something?
Well, I mean, I've heard
Free
that screaming
bread.
fire is a good way to get people's attention.
But wouldn't that make them run away and not towards us?
Well, people have a tendency to want to see a spectacle. We call it back where I'm from, watching a train wreck. But you know, people have a tendency to come running towards drama.
A spectacle and drama. Okay, I got it. Perfect. No worries. I know what I'm going to say.
This is gonna be what the cliffhanger is.
I feel like I've made a mistake. But okay, buddy.
Quill jumps up onto the fountain, and he looks towards Hoots, and he casts thaumaturgy, and he amplifies his voice, and he goes, "So, is this what you want? You want drama? You want everyone to know? Well, now they're gonna know. You think that you could just come around here and cause a train wreck in my life? Well, you're wrong. Because there's nothing you could ever do that was worse than what..." And I turned to Dern. "He did."
Dern is gonna take offense to this.
You go, he stole the entire, and I get louder, town's bread. Everything is gone, and you covered it up. And you were gonna set fire to the bakery.
Dern is like,
Come around and shame these men.
well,
And I come down to you guys and wink, and I go, "How am I doing?"
You're doing good, buddy. Just
I
keep
did
it up,
not
I guess.
burn a bakery.
Are people gathering yet or not?
Oh my gosh.
Oh dear.
Oh no. As your voice booms through the square and echoes through the streets, people are putting their head out their windows. Confused looks, curious looks, and some people do join the
I
circle.
keep going. I
Quill,
realizing some
maybe-
people are going, and I go, "You think that you can come into this town and tell them that they have to change their industry? Well, I've got some words on that, and if anyone wants to hear words on this, they should come to the town square and learn about milling, or whatever it is they do here. This is one of those things where we need everybody here for an opinion, because I shouldn't be the only one to judge and throw stones. Everyone should judge and throw stones. Everybody," and I get louder again, "come and throw stones at the people trying to ruin your town." You said you wanted drama.
And as the spell fades from your voice,
Oh no.
there is murmuring in the crowds, movement of people coming towards the street, and a group coming to join on the edge, led by Lord Cutledge.
As he arrives, and he's finally there, as my spell kind of comes down, I kind of go, "And that was my play titled 'Don't Steal My Bread and Burn Down My Town.'" And I like give a bow, and I go, "It was written by me and Lou." I kind of hold Lou out, and I go, "It would be nice if you could tip a coin. Thank you." And I kind of like step down now that everyone is gathered.
Oh my god.
And that is where we're gonna call this tonight. Oh my
Damn it, Max,
god.
that was great.
That was amazing. Oh my god.
He
Oh,
said they
wow.
needed spectacle and drama, and I've
Yep.
spent some time, in the
Great.
city. I'd gone to some plays and like some little like puppet shows, and there are only ones that got people's attention were ones where like people did something wrong to someone else.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Oh my gosh. Everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight. You've been absolutely wonderful. Please, if you haven't already, give us a follow. Everything helps. We will be coming back to you on Wednesday for our DM chat, running from 9 till 10 Mountain Standard Time, and we will be back next week Sunday at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to see how this goes.
Hint,
thank you
not
again.
well.
We'll see.
But also, please do join our Discord and subscribe on our YouTube channel. It does help, and it would be great to get to know you guys who just joined randomly near the end of our session. And we would love for you to catch up on our story. If you need something to listen to while you're working or whatever, it's great to catch up on our YouTube. So please, it would be absolutely wonderful if you guys did subscribe to that.
Heck yeah.
And we are going to raid out here. We love to support other streamers here in the Dungeons and Dragons community whenever we can. David, do you have anyone that we can?
Well, there's some messages
up.
in the Slack, in the Slack. Gosh, in the
Oh,
Discord.
gosh. Yeah.
We're gonna go with Wreck All the Things. They're a Canadian stream group as well. They've got a pretty thriving, jumping, jiving community. And I want to raid out to them. I'm realistically just wasting time while the raid countdown works. But we will send you guys over to them. Don't forget to tell them who sent you, and don't forget to like us over on YouTube, because I don't know if we've said that enough. So now that the stream countdown is done, I'm going to send you boys and girls and babies on the way, and have yourselves a great night.
Bye.
Bye.